Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover and just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Boys. Hello,
Big
Matt.
boys.
What's
How
up?
are we?
Hey, fellow. I'm good. Back kind of hurts today.
You're back
Yeah.
from carrying the show? The middays on your back?
You know what? It's one of those things.
on days.
Whoa.
Whoa. That was very nice of you.
I thought you were going to say mid.
I would never.
It's a Matt McMidday.
I get
here.
an email. There's a listener who always emails me about how bad your show is. Now, and here's my thought. Does he expect me to respond and be like, yeah, man, I couldn't agree more?
I hate that guy.
That's very
Do you want me to
funny.
read the one
Yeah.
from earlier
Do
today?
you think, is it recurring or like is it the same message every or is it
No, it's a new message.
That's
Right.
John?
Like you tell us how much Matt's show sucks. You don't tell a random
Yeah.
listener.
Exactly. So an email said, did you listen? The email was titled Michael. And I was like, okay, I'm in. I'm in on this
Oh,
email.
God.
Michael.
Did you listen
Wow,
to Michael and
clickbait.
Matt? For the record, I have. Is there anyone listening to his show and mentoring him? To which I would say I kind of am.
Yeah.
Nice.
1620 has never been a shouting, talking over people station. And I think that's a big reason so many people enjoy it. Now, pause. This person listens to Unsportsmanlike Conduct every day. So I know that, I mean,
That's a lot.
We're
Yeah.
kind of built on that.
yeah,
Yeah.
people used to say this about me. Why does Josh yell all the time?
Secondly,
Well, here, do you want me to finish?
go ahead. Yeah.
I keep listening and keep hoping he's going to start figuring out how to do a solo show, but it isn't happening. He's not ready for this, and it makes it hard
my
to
God.
keep coming back.
Wow.
I feel
Jeez.
terrible.
I think
about
you're doing a
myself.
great job.
I think
You're doing great. You are.
I think you're doing a good job.
I appreciate that.
You're doing
actually
an
more.
okay job.
Okay, now we're kind
You're
of
getting
backtracking
there.
too
You'll
much.
figure it out.
I think your Friday
I'm-
shows are great.
Eventually
my-
it'll be really good.
I think my Friday interview might extend to a half-hour interview.
Nice.
If that person wants to do it.
Whoa, that'd be huge. He's got nowhere to be.
Well, if you if
trapped at
that
the 1
person
o'clock hour.
hypothetically has nowhere to be, I would like them to be in the other chair from 1 to 1:30.
Whoa, an in-person weekly interview?
That was one time. I'm not driving down here every
Wow.
single
Oh,
time.
he's talking about you? I
Yeah.
thought he was talking about...
I'm surprised you still want him after that time you said you don't respect women.
What? Yeah, you were going around telling people that it was funny because they were making fun of me the whole time. And I went back and listened to that segment, and I've been made fun of way more in other segments than that.
I enjoyed that
Mm.
segment. I listened to that on the way, actually, to meeting up with Matt that night.
Yeah,
I listened to that
nice.
interview.
Very
I thought it
good.
was funny until the end when it was like, so high school basketball. And I was
Wow.
like, and then I almost fell asleep and crashed my car.
It wasn't funny because of the amount they were making fun of you. It was funny to me because of how they were making fun of you.
I don't think there was anything unique about how they were making fun of me. I
Mm.
think it was.
Jordan says Matt is adequate.
I'll
Nice.
take that. Thank you, Jordan.
Baymon says, Matt, can you tell Unsportsmanlike Conduct they suck? please?"
Yes. Do you want me to go to the Red Sea Scrolls? By the way,
I love going there.
That's. I don't
The
need to get. I
scrolls.
don't need to go to the emails. You go and see all the hate
Oh.
that sportsmanlike conduct gets.
By the way,
Bring
I
back
don't care
Kevin.
about what you eat for dinner, you idiots. All right,
By
I
the
don't
way,
care.
I should tell both of you congratulations on going viral, boys. Look at you guys.
Matt
You guys-
McReader.
Did you see that we showed up in Football Scoop?
Yes.
Whoa,
You guys
really?
were all over the place.
Yeah.
I saw
Really?
your tweets everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
we were the only men. We went where no man or woman wanted to go, which was in the weeds of the Crab Creek Chronicle.
Well,
We
you guys
purchased
and
the
Jim Pillan.
Yeah,
you guys
we-
did great.
We purchased the book, so you didn't have to.
Okay, it
Yeah,
was.
I was thinking about this earlier. You guys crashed that guy's book sales. You know that, right? Like, there's no way that he sells more than like 700
think
copies
it-
of that
I
thing.
think it goes up actually now because we only gave little
I-
excerpts.
Because
of it.
first of all, the book's 700 pages, so there's a lot of stuff in there that we didn't. We should. That could be a new bit. Random page 46. Go take a screenshot.
yeah, we opened
What's
up.
going on
We
on page
opened up the
40?
You should
Crab
break
Creek,
it,
dude. The
All right, you know
writing
what?
of
I'm
it is
go-
awful.
break it down like the Bible, where it's like verse 32, Frost 1,
I like that
Chapter
idea.
12. Chapter 12.
and
Page-
and Frost said to Moose, "Why don't we just move the Oklahoma game?"
I
and
oh my god!
and on the fifth day And on the 5th day, Jim Pillen said no.
Pillan.
To all.
Pillan.
All right, are you ready for this? So I just went to one of the earliest chapters of the book that was close to page 46. And so I'm on page 61. It's titled On Your Mark, Get Set, Grow.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not going to read this whole paragraph, but it starts with Dave McWhorter, and then it tells you how to pronounce it. McQuarter was 25 when he arrived at Edwall Grade School to teach 5th and 6th grades. The next paragraph, as a new 5th grader. This dude, he's telling the story of his whole
Wow.
life.
And he's old, so he's got a lot of life. to talk
I
about.
remember in 3rd grade.
I read about 50 pages.
Yeah.
of
That's
this
impressive.
book yesterday.
Did you hit Control F on any of those?
Okay, I'm going to be real with you. I hit Control F on Frost.
As you
course.
should.
And
That's
it
how we got
brought-
all the info.
And
at the
there was
start.
so much, and I knew already that people were going to go to one section. So I said, I'm going to go
Philadelphia.
I was like, I'm going to go to this section,
Yep,
right,
yep.
and get ahead, so I'll get new info than the other people who might be reading this. And
Josh Peterson.
I went ahead and I literally did not Control F after that. I just kept reading. It was a page turner. It was a poorly written, poorly grammatically.
It is among the worst writing I've ever read.
Terrible writing.
I love your reaction to the letter said.
Yeah, that's my favorite part about yesterday was that here I can read that to you real fast.
If you want to watch that, by the way, you can. It's short. The shorts on youtube.com, 1620 The Zone TV.
Addressed to Mr. William Moose, it started with Dear Mr. Moose.
I hate it so much. I've read fanfics that were better.
Wow.
Fanfics written by 14-year-me. I've written better fanfics when I was 14 than that.
What's your
Is this
favorite
true?
fanfics?
I mean, they weren't like
I don't know, probably
like
some-
Star Wars.
Probably some,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I would make my own OCs.
yeah,
DOC?
probably some women doing some things.
Whoa,
No.
Matt.
Nick.
Probably some slave Leia stuff.
Nick!
That's his favorite reading group.
Wow,
Nick!
jeez.
It was self-insert stuff. I had a green lightsaber, but
Oh,
my name
it
wasn't
was,
Nick.
It was POV.
Was it one of those choose your own adventures where you're like, Leia takes you into the side room and she
Yeah.
suggests, why don't you join me?
No.
Do you turn to page 13 or page 14?
Leia
And that
always
sand-
wearing her outfit.
My
from
character was
episode
in-
6.
My character was in the Clone Wars.
That sand dude kept telling Nick that's not.
I don't think you can
no
say that.
touching
That's
allowed.
derogatory.
No, it's the sand people in the.
Mm.
Again, I wouldn't say that.
What? What do you see? That's
Be careful about that.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
how am I?
sand,
careful.
sand.
Are
Ugh,
you,
got it.
are you really getting mad at me for being racist towards Star Wars
Whoa,
characters?
whoa.
No,
Holy
real
cow.
people.
I'm
What do
not
you got to
being
say
racist
about
towards real
Watto
people.
now?
I have nothing.
Andy.
Now this is pod racing. Gotta feel
Good.
bad for that kid. That kid's life got ruined. You know, off
He
that.
should have been such a bad actor. What are you talking about? Also, he was in Star Wars.
You talking about the kid who played Anakin Skywalker?
Yeah, tiny baby Anakin.
His life was ruined because so many people got mad at him and took it out on him.
You don't think the fact that he was a child
Why are you
actor-
looking at me crazy like I'm the crazy one? You are the crazy one for being a grown man hating on a 6-year-old boy.
First of all, when it came out, I was 11, so I was his age. I am Jake Lloyd's age.
so you looked at Jake Lloyd and you're like, you suck, bro.
Well, at the time, I was like, I love this movie, and then
You're
I
like-
grew older.
You're like, I could have done that.
Okay, but if I am the same age as the kid was as a kid, I'm not ripping on him as an adult. I'm ripping on him as a fellow kid. That's allowed.
So that's okay. So you're allowed to bully if you're the same age. Wow.
Bullying,
Josh Peterson.
or
Josh
being a
Peterson
movie-
for bowling.
being
I don't
a
know.
being
Light
a
bullying
movie
always
critic.
seems to work. Look what Jim Pillen did today. He
Hmm.
showed Bill Moos.
Hmm.
Saying,
Did
light
he?
bullying.
Did
light
he?
bullying.
Did he show Bill Moos?
I'd say he did. He won that argument.
Matt McRacist writes Jean-Claude the Raven, by the way. On,
Yeah, that's a
YouTube.
great name.
Matt McRacist.
No, Jean-Claude the
Oh,
Raven.
I think Matt McRacist is pretty funny.
It's
though.
Jean-Claude Van Thram.
Connor
Van
Connor
Thram?
Happer called me.
I always viewed the Raven. My bad.
Connor called me MAGA Matt during the crossover today.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
All right, I
very
gotta
funny.
figure out. Let's see, because there's a few angles.
I got to remember what it was.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Obviously, Bad Bunny could have come up, and
Yeah.
Matt said,
Bang.
It's
Yo,
gotta, yeah,
yep.
it's got to be.
Oh,
turning
it was
point.
that?
Yeah, he said he didn't like it because he couldn't understand Bad Bunny.
No.
Classic.
Was that your turning point?
No. He was. Chris was here holding up the lighting fixture that they had for Bad Bunny.
Okay.
And
We are.
and Chris said something about understanding.
Uh-oh.
And I was like, I'm great. You could understand. That's great that you could understand it.
Whoa, that is kind of McRacist.
Not a lot of people knew what was going on. That's
Yeah.
that's not racist. That's a
I
fact.
figured you would enjoy all the
I
ladies.
loved it, dude. I was merengue. I was doing a little salsa, a little
Yeah.
bachata.
I didn't realize Jessica Alba was there.
Dude, she
Yes. Pedro Pascal was there too, I think.
He's
Really?
always
And
he's-
Alex Earl? What was
yeah,
she doing there?
that sounds like
My
a
name
nightmare
is
blood
Earl.
rotation right there.
Part of me hopes that most of the tree people were just celebrities. Like in Star Wars, they would make celebrity
Whoa.
stormtroopers.
He said tree people, and we're not going to call him racist. That is crazy.
Matt, come on. Don't
That
do
is
this.
wild. I get Matt McRacist for sand people.
Stop
Ew.
doubling down on it.
That's what they were in the movie.
Which
Stop saying
movie?
sand
Well, they
people.
have
Zero
actual
Dark 30?
names.
Is that the one? Come
You-
on, Matt.
They're
You
called
can't say that.
they're called Tusken Raiders.
You're being racist.
Great reference,
They
by the
say
way.
sand people in Star Wars episode
Yeah, as a
4.
slur.
I'm gonna go find because I check into movies. I'm gonna find out when I watched Zero Dark 30 the last time.
Zero Dark
I
30.
just watched it a couple weeks ago.
That movie rocks,
That is
man.
so great.
It's super long. And also, when Chris Pratt shows up, you go, ooh, Chris Pratt.
Chris
I
Pratt
always get
sucks.
Zero Dark 30 and American Sniper mixed up because of the baby part. I always think the baby thing's in
That's
Zero Dark
American
30.
Sniper.
Have you seen that interview
Oh.
where Bradley Cooper's like, yeah, we were watching it back, and I tell Clint, I'm like, it's very obviously that's clearly not a
And
baby.
what did
He
Clint
goes-
say?
He just goes, ugh, whatever.
Classic Clint. He's not gonna do any reshoots.
No,
Incredible.
never.
Yeah.
Everybody in Hollywood has a classic Clint
Yeah,
Eastwood
his
being
days
like,
last like 3 hours.
That's
Four and
wild.
out the door. Am I right, boys? By the way, I watched it January 24th of last year, so I'm coming on a year.
Nice.
I saw Zero Dark 30 in the movie theater, man.
Whoa.
I had a great time.
You are old.
Well, what was-
Damn it!
What was the last movie that I saw in the movie theater that I was like, wow, I'm so glad I caught it there?
I think you're the only one who can answer.
Mine
that
was
question.
Oppenheimer.
Yeah,
I am really
Oppenheimer's
glad I
the
saw
easy-
Oppenheimer in theaters.
Oppenheimer's
Wait, that's the
easy
last
one.
movie you saw in the theaters, Nick? That you
No.
were like, that's tight.
Mine was Sinners. I like Sinners.
I
also
didn't get to see Sinners in
Also, like
theaters.
28 years later, that was good. But I'm easily enthralled by a film.
What do you
No,
think
like
of
I
the-
liked 28 Years Later and all those. I like them in the theaters, but Oppenheimer, I saw it in IMAX, and
Yeah.
it's like this is.
I see.
I guess F1. F1 I saw after
So
that.
I was gonna say F1 was last. Dude, I saw that in IMAX.
F1 and
I-
IMAX is.
I would say
Shit.
the last time I walked out of a movie theater and was like, "Whoa, that movie like changed my life." Was
Oh.
actually weirdly the Across the Spider-Verse movie.
Oh,
That is
So it's a
great
good
movie.
call.
Wow.
Those are
Great.
awesome
That-
in the theater.
great movie.
Yes.
You know what?
I walked
One-
out of that and I was like, "Holy
one
cow!" I don't
movie
know if I've
that-
ever seen something like that before.
One movie that I really love that I will always remember the movie theater going experience of it because it was one of the first real like, oh, this got nominated for an Oscar. I want to see it movie that I did. And it's a little more recent.
Was it Melania?
No, it was the Green Book.
Mm.
And like
Never saw the
with
Green Book.
Mahershala Ali.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Yeah,
It was
Jimmy says
that
Dune
such
2
a
was
good movie.
astonishing. That was going to be one of the first ones that I
Yeah.
thought of. Also, I saw Weapons in the theater last year. That was
Oh.
probably my favorite movie going experience. Well, Sinners was also fun.
Yeah.
Last year.
Seeing the
One
Chris-
battle after another freaking rock.
these are all-
car
I haven't
chase.
seen that.
You're
Yet.
just like
Had a
running
couple
off
of three
HBO
beers.
Max movies I have in my queue that I need to
Dude,
get to.
you haven't watched One Battle yet?
No.
Dude,
you
you would
love
like it.
movies.
The tough part is
you
like
are busy.
you know, I go to like high school games Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday is usually like college football season.
Not
Nick.
anymore. It's
Not anymore.
canceled.
That's right.
I think
Baseball.
I think Austin, when you get your first free Saturday,
Mhm.
whenever that is, I think you should save 3 hours and watch One Battle after another.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will. I'll put
It's
that
a
down.
bummer you didn't see that on the big screen because
I know.
there is one scene in particular towards the end that absolutely rocks.
Just rocks.
So
Yeah.
I saw Interstellar in theaters when it came out, but it was kind of my crappy hometown theater. So I wish I could have seen it in a better theater.
Oh yeah.
I saw that in the
What?
theater.
Dubuque, Iowa doesn't have a good
From
hometown.
Dubuque?
Got him.
Dubuque.
I saw that in the theater on opening night, and something was wrong with the projector, and it froze right as they're about to find where NASA is. Essentially, we've all seen Interstellar, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah. So when they find NASA, and it froze, and they had to fix it, and so it was like 10, 15 minutes without the movie, and then they gave us $25 gift cards.
Nice.
So, but it was really annoying that there were issues with
Yeah.
it. For a
I
while.
never. That's one. See, that's a better question. What are movies you haven't seen in the theaters that you wish you did?
I actually, so in Kearney, they have an old
good question.
nonprofit
Yeah.
theater that will play some older movies.
Yeah.
So I've been able to see like the original Aliens there.
Oh.
That's
I watched The Godfather 1 there,
Oh,
and I've
that's
seen like
awesome.
The Goonies and a couple of other movies that were there. It was so cool to be able to have that to play. I know like the Alamo will do that every once in
Yeah,
a
I saw.
while.
I was going to say I saw Goodfellas at the Alamo. I saw Pulp Fiction at the Alamo.
Mhm.
I've seen Fargo. Like it's pretty cool to see like classics.
Yes.
You know, like
Yeah.
that I was way too young for. My favorite movie is Shawshank. I would love to see
Oh.
Shawshank.
I was in a play. I was in a Shawshank Redemption play.
Do you play
In
one of the tree
School?
Play Tommy.
Oh,
What grade was this?
This was high school.
Okay.
Yeah, I got killed.
heck yeah!
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
I won best supporting actor in a spring play at Notre Dame College Prep.
Mm.
It was a tight category.
Notre
one of the-
Dame College Prep.
It's one of
Yes.
the rare movies where I like the movie more than the book.
Oh,
And I'm a huge Stephen King guy.
that might be on my list of listening to books.
I have it. I could loan it to you. It's a novella. It's really short.
Who do you think plays Bill Moos in the film adaptation of his book?
Great question.
Ooh.
Mm.
Do Christian
Alec
Bale.
Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin would be really fun.
Alec
Let's-
Baldwin.
No, I
he
just
held-
don't like the Baldwins, but yeah,
he
you're,
had
that was
drinks.
good
Give him
stuff.
a gun.
We'll do Billy. Can
Bill
we,
Moos, why do you have that gun?
can we have Billy
They
Bob
put a PI on me.
have Billy Bob have Billy Bob Thornton play Ronnie Green?
Dude, with his shaking hands
Oh
and
my god,
his
That's almost
quivering voice the
that
whole
is
time.
almost a perfect one.
It would be awesome.
Every
I'm
time
like,
he hung out with Ronnie,
he's
Ronnie's
cackling.
Ronnie's
you know?
voice was shaking and his hands were also shaking.
Can we get John Hamm to play Jim Pillen?
I do like John
Oh.
Hamm.
And can you
That's
imagine
good casting.
imagine Billy Bob Thornton cackling in the suite, looking at Jim Pillen, or looking at John Hamm, and
Now-
Hamm looking right at the barrel of a very bloated Christian Bale,
Now
and saying,
is this movie better where it's like
No.
Air, where you never see Michael Jordan, but so like Scott
so
Frost?
Scott Frost is like,
is like
you see the
never
back
seen.
of his head.
Yeah.
"Oh,
right?
we'll
Like-
just get we'll
I
get
like that.
Sam Greasel to be the body double."
He's already
for-
been in a movie.
exactly
Yeah.
for Scott Frost.
Baymon says Brian Cox from Succession is Moose. That's
Oh.
a good idea.
Okay,
yeah.
He's
okay.
got a good American accent. He kind of has the body
How do we
shape
get
of him.
Benedict Cumberbatch in this?
He can play Matt Davison.
Nice.
Yes.
Wow.
Nice catch, Matt.
Yes.
This is great.
Incredible.
And then we'll have
They do have
to
700 pages to, you know,
Get, and then
adapt,
can we
so-
get Meryl to be Kendra?
Dude, apparently it's going all the way back to 5th grade in there.
Dude, the budget for the Bill Moos movie
It's-
is skyrocketing right now.
Wow.
By the way, John emailed in. You guys went viral about Catching Crabs Chronicles because no one else knew it was out. That's
I
the
know.
best part. We
Dude.
found out from our listener,
Dude,
right? From Ray.
we have to clip that moment of you and me looking at each other being like, we can read it right now. And I'm being like, and I think I said to you, I go, I'm just waiting for like somebody to read it. And you being like, yeah, me too, but like we might have to be the ones.
And then sure
you
enough,
we were.
We
I,
will
good
take
work.
this baton.
I stayed
So
here.
when did the book come out? Does anyone know?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Oh, wow,
That
never
is
mind.
such a goal.
but only in some places.
oh my
No,
God.
I mean, yes, only in some places. It's available on Amazon, and the majority of people who have e-readers have Kindles. So,
This is awful.
Are you cheering for the Russians?
Referee.
yeah, tough.
USA women's hockey.
He doesn't want to watch Miracle because it has a sad ending.
What are they
Interesting.
saying that she's in the crease? She's not
That's a
in the
s-
crease. Oh my God.
And that's Talking Hockey with Matt McMaster.
No, so it was one of those things where I stayed here for 3 hours.
See, that's the part that I didn't understand. Why didn't Matt just go home to read the book? But he kept walking.
No,
in and out.
I'll tell
I
you-
get it. If you're in a work environment, it helps you kind of lock in a bit
1,000,000%.
more.
If I went
I have my home office.
If I went home, I probably would have read 4 pages and then took a nap.
See, the problem is my home office has my Xbox, and I've just trained myself that my
That's
home
not
office
an
isn't meant
office.
for work.
Yeah, that's not an office.
It is an office.
That's not an office.
It's an office.
It's
An
an
office is meant for
Xbox
work.
I do work stuff in there
It sounds like you do Xbox things in there.
most of the time,
What
I'm gonna
was-
play
but my
PS5.
computer's in there.
Interesting.
It's an office.
Is Xbox work?
Does the Xbox work?
No. Is Xbox work?
Oh, sometimes.
I've gotten into scratch off lottery tickets. I don't know how I feel about it.
Bad.
Stop.
Terrible. Don't
But,
do
like, the
that.
only-
No, it's a really
$5
good start. Keep going.
They're
You're
five-
one away.
They're $5.
Put that same game parlay together. You're sure to hit.
It's $5.
That word search could be the one that'll put you over.
Matt,
do
by
the-
the way, I have a bone to
Oh.
pick.
Awesome.
I have a bone.
So you tweeted out that you were like, people called me a madman.
Yeah.
I took the Seahawks
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah.
In December.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I couldn't agree more.
That's insane.
yeah.
You didn't even get a good enough payout to post
Thank
something
you.
like
Thank
that.
you.
That's
Every
insane.
time he's like, I took the Seahawks, I always expect him to be like, yeah, in July. That would
No.
be good. But he's
Like-
like, I took it when they were 12-3. good
I
job.
took it when they were the 5th team to win the Super Bowl. You know what? I'm sick and tired of this BS because I go ahead and I say something that may not be correct, and everybody brings the flags and they bring the pitchforks
forget
and
he's-
they bring the flames and they throw it in my house
The
and they go,
sand
"You
people."
suck at your job," and they email Josh and they say, "You should mentor more." But then I go ahead
I'll do
and when
what I
I
can.
make a good call and when I make a good bet
In
and
December.
I'm correct. What do people do? Well, everybody saw that coming. Everybody thought Sam Darnold was going to win the Super Bowl. Oh, they already had 10 wins. They're already this. What's it going to be?
I should have bought an Indiana national championship ticket after they beat Oregon. They called me a madman.
Yeah, I placed Indiana to make the college football
Now that-
playoff
no,
at plus
that's-
625.
that's a
and
good one.
everyone's like, well, they were ranked 23 to begin the year.
No, if
That's
anybody,
what people said to me.
yeah, those people are idiots. That's a good. They called you a madman. Taking the Seahawks
Well, do you know
in
what was
December.
higher? Do you know what was higher odds than that? The Seahawks win the Super Bowl.
That's pretty wild.
It was actually more improbable that the Seahawks were to make the Super Bowl or to win the Super Bowl than it was for Indiana to make the college football playoff.
Okay.
How do I get credit for the Indiana, but the one that was higher odds, I don't get credit for?
Matt, I said Scott Frost sucked and should be fired in 2021, and people still call me a hater.
You're a hater.
Even though I was right. So you're never going to get the credit that you
Scott Frost is
so
like
search after.
Like reading Moneyball, like they have a great excerpt where they go,
Great book.
the people who
Great
scouted
writing.
Billy Bean, they still talk about Billy as if like he was a great prospect.
And he wasn't. He was a great
Well,
prospect.
but they still talk about Billy like he worked, you know?
Yeah, and he didn't, famously. He was a 5-tool player, Billy Bean.
We
love all the tools.
He was a better prospect than Darryl Strawberry.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Did less cocaine, too.
But Darryl was good.
Was
at
that the
baseball.
sixth tool? Is that the one you're not supposed to get to?
No, the sixth tool is one he was using in the dugout with
It's
women
the
who
bump.
went to the game.
It's like the third rail. It's the sixth tool. You don't want that.
It's not the third rail. It's called the toilet paper dispenser.
What is the third rail? I'm going to Google third rail. Third rail, also known as a conductor rail, electric. Okay, that's not giving me.
Don't touch it. It shocks you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Oh,
when
yeah,
someone
Chicago
says,
train guy. Forgot about that. Yeah.
touching a third rail can
Metro,
result in
not
electrocution.
The, not the CTA.
Okay.
Not the CTA.
My bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't know that was
No.
By the way,
I like my sanity and I like to be safe.
by the way,
not the CTA, not the red line, not the blue line. Nope, I go on the Metro.
All right.
a couple comments from earlier. First of all, Ray reaches out and says you're welcome. Thank you, Ray, on giving us the heads up that the Bill Moos book was available
Thank you,
yesterday.
Ray.
Also, KJ, going back to casting the Bill Moos movie, obviously he nails it. Jesse Plemons has to play Frost, right? Yeah, we'll use the back of Jesse Plemons'
Yes.
head
That'd be great.
because he looks like Scott Frost,
Yeah.
Is that the guy in
who
Begonia?
looks like Matt Damon.
He's the guy who looks
Is
like
he in Begonia?
he's in Game Night.
Yes,
He plays the cop.
Oh man,
Yeah.
What a movie.
Game Night
What?
is one of the best movies of all time.
first
That-
movie I ever saw in the theaters with my now.
That is one of my favorite scenes. Was like that. How could that possibly be profitable for Frito Lay?
Dude, that movie, I walked into that movie being like, it was one of the random ass movies my dad just bought a ticket to. I was like, I don't know what to expect.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah, a little. And
Oh, yeah.
just Jason Bateman was there, and I was like, okay, I know who that is. Like, horrible bosses.
You're not going to mention Rachel McAdams,
Well, she's great.
the love of my life.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah.
Well, how does
Oh.
Dr. Fiance feel about
She
it?
knows how I feel about
Yeah,
Rachel McAdams.
Wow.
Everyone has a list
Mm-hmm.
at the
I
top of their
don't.
desk.
I need to have a girlfriend to have a list to show her.
Yeah, don't do that first. Don't get the girlfriend and then show her the
Be like,
list.
before I date you,
build
I
some
want to
time.
let you know that if Haley Steinfeld ever became available, I would.
Haley Allen. She's
She's
pregnant, by the way.
spitting in your mouth.
So we had some friends over for the Super Bowl. We were just hanging out, and that Haley Steinfeld commercial came on. I'm like, oh, is that Haley Steinfeld? They're like, yeah. And then my buddy's fiance was like, I'm sure he's having a hard time looking away. And it was a little awkward because you could tell that they had a conversation about it at some point.
Gross.
Hey, Jared, could you spit in my mouth like she did in that movie? One of those types of situations.
Wow.
John writes, I made an in-game bet that the Seahawks would win at halftime. I'm an amazing gambler. They called me a madman.
They called me a madman.
Joe in Vegas. Oh, wait, that's not the one I wanted to read.
Oh,
Sorry,
no.
Joe. I'm skipping
Oh,
over.
Joe probably made fun of me. I love Joe.
Yeah, he did. He said, don't raise your voice when you're talking to me, is what he said. Where was the other one? Maybe.
Wow, did I just get threatened via Twitter?
Oh, here it was. Jimmy Allen says,
Hi, Jimmy.
revisionist sports betting is like fantasy football. Nobody cares about how you did other than you.
I don't care.
Wow, boom roasted from Jimmy.
Dang it.
I mean, that's literally the broadcasting industry is literally revisionist history.
I love
of,
telling people when I
called
was
that,
right.
and it happened.
I
That's
love-
what we do for a living.
People forget. I said the Super Bowl would go to overtime that one time, and then it did.
People
Whoa.
forget. Well, people
They called
don't.
him a madman.
People, you know what?
They did call me a madman.
The point. Here's the main point.
All right.
I have
Which
to go
point?
back and remind everybody that I bet the Seahawks win the Super Bowl, but I don't have to go back and remind anybody that I said the Georgia Bulldogs would beat Notre Dame.
No one will ever forget that.
I will
Didn't
never-
you
I
say
don't-
Notre Dame was going to get shut out?
Yes. I said it so
Anti-Catholic
I
Matt
said it
strikes
so-
again.
No,
Notre
I-
Dame prep, right?
I was so
Wild.
facetious.
Self-hating.
I was so facetious when I said, like, it could not have been
You let the station down.
more sarcastic and I was conveying the point. I thought that Georgia was going to win the game, but I was more so trying to establish how much I hate Notre Dame.
Mhm.
Anti-Catholic.
No,
Oh.
I'm anti Notre Dame. There's
Yeah.
a difference.
Which
I'm Catholic. I'm not anti me.
Could be. Self-hating. It's a thing.
I love no,
do you love yourself?
I do.
That's good.
I do.
There was this listener that attacked me one time because I said
whoa,
Nebraska was going to beat UCLA to go to a bowl game in 2024, and he was
Hot
like,
take.
this guy was pissed. He kept quote tweeting me like, "Oh, this idiot, the media again." I'm like, dude, it's just a prediction.
Yeah, that's when Andrew called in after Latif beat UCLA. And
Oh,
that,
God.
and then
You rolled your
I
eyes
hosted
so
that,
bad. That was
and-
hilarious.
well, I don't think he's called back since then. So.
I've heard his voice on the station.
Doesn't not on middays with Matt.
Are the Teefies still out? Are they still around?
No, they do not exist
Wait.
anymore.
How are the Teefies not around when TJ Latif actually has a much better chance of being the starting quarterback?
I actually disagree. I think the worst thing that could have happened to TJ Latif's career is that he actually had to start games because now it's like, never mind.
The idea of TJ Latif
Seriously,
was much more
It was
valuable.
just, it's just like Kevin Kolb back in the day. Like Donovan McNabb, everyone
Wow,
was so
what a
obsessed
reference.
with Kevin Kolb.
You know what it
Well-
is? It's like a Christmas present. It's Schrodinger's present. That Christmas present could be anything. The idea of that present is usually so much grander than anything because you open it up and it sucks.
Well, the thing is that
That's how I feel about
I think
Danny
the
Kaling
best
now.
NFL draft comparison that I've seen was Joe Milton was an exposed Anthony Richardson.
That's hilarious.
Like-
and also very accurate.
Very
Unlike Joe Milton
Well,
But
and
you-
Anthony Richardson.
take that
you-
back.
oh,
Joe
do
Milton
you see
threw
how
that
far
orange
he
over a
throws that ball?
mountain. Okay.
Dude, I will say this.
I love guys who could sling it.
Oh yeah.
Anthony Richardson has maybe the greatest pass in the history of football. Do you guys know what I'm
The
talking about?
combine throw?
No, I'm going to show it to you. It is ridiculous.
Or no, you're the Zach Wilson combine throw.
Zach Wilson combine throw.
That's
That's hot.
I say that,
That's
and
hot.
that image pops into everybody's brain.
Mhm.
All right, sweet. Okay, it's awesome. If you search Anthony Richardson touchdown pass, it is the first video that shows up. Are you ready for this? This is the greatest throw in the history of football. Watch this. This is the season opener last year. Look at that. Off of his back foot,
6-yard
dime.
touchdown.
Yep, that's the one. It's perfect. It's the perfect throw.
Sorry, I got a Wix commercial.
And then everyone's like, this is the guy. This is the future. But the issue is that if he has like a 5-yard pass, he throws it into the dirt. Yeah, Baymon says Schrodinger's QB.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Did he even know where he was throwing it?
Dude, look at that throw.
There's just no
Perfect.
way. There's
Yeah.
just no way
It's
he
the
knew
greatest throw
anyone
ever.
was down there.
But it doesn't matter because he sucks.
Imagine being a Colts fan that day. You're like, man,
This
got
is
a
the
guy.
This is the future.
That's our TJ Latif.
And then later on, Phil Rivers is going to be the starter.
oh yeah.
Dude.
Uh-huh.
The pressure that the USA women's hockey team right now is putting on the Canadians is crazy.
Oh, we're
They-
playing Canada. I'm now locked in.
They have them playing like a penalty kill defense with 5 people. Like this is ridiculous.
There's
They're not getting
anything-
up. You know what?
What?
If you're gonna relieve pressure from the bottom, you got to be able to get to the top of the D zone. You cannot allow defensemen to just roam around and do whatever the hell they want and control the pace of the game. And that's what's happening.
and if there's anything that Matt hates more than Canada, it's Canadian women.
Whoa, Matt, is that true? You're a Canadian sexist?
I mean, currently right now, I would like them to lose at hockey. So,
Oh,
Wow.
I mean, I'm not denying it.
So much for respecting women.
By the way, me watching this game and breaking down this game
I don't
is
know.
doing that.
Interesting.
It's a big game. You got to win.
It's one of the most underrated lines from Superbad is
What?
when he says to respecting women. That's a great line
Why is that so funny to you guys? Why is that so funny?
because
Why is it so funny to say that you respect women?
Matt, you said
I want you
sand people
laughed.
earlier.
You laughed. I want to know why you laughed. What was so funny?
sad people.
Camera 2, back on him. Camera 2. No. Say that. Why is
Oh.
it funny to when he says respect
I was
women?
in a very funny comedy film.
Yeah. So the delivery of the line. You,
Yes.
I was doing a Bill Hader on a guess that or
No,
what's
I got
what's
that.
that name? Oh, Bill Hader.
By the
I
way,
do, the Bill Hader game that I love the most from Saturday Night Live is Meet Your Second Wife. That one's very funny.
Yes.
Who's your second wife, Matt?
and they bring out
They bring out
like
like a
an
toddler,
11-year-old kid. It's so
I've
funny.
never seen that. That's pretty funny.
It's so funny.
Joe in Vegas writes, I don't know who the co-host is today. I just know I love the way he just keeps giving Matt grief over everything. Pure comedic gold. You guys do have a hilarious little chemistry to yourselves.
We do.
Yeah.
We do have a little bit
You
of.
guys are
know,
like fast friends.
Yeah.
Best
Oh,
buds.
It's mostly sexual. tension, but yeah.
we've come fast.
Just
friends.
kiss already.
I already told Josh. I go. I think I made a couple of jokes to Austin that I probably should have held off.
Yeah.
Like a couple of times.
Well, when it was just us alone at Paisan's Pizzeria, and we were,
what was that podcast called again?
what was it?
oh yeah, our unrecorded podcast.
Yeah,
Pies and Pictures or something
Picture.
like that?
We still
Pictures and Pies?
pictures and pies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
that was a
have
good
to.
time.
We have to record episode 2 coming up here in a couple of weeks.
Eventually.
Wait, did we earn a second episode?
I don't know. I guess
We
we'll
might
find
just
out.
go back to Pisons because I don't think it gets much better.
I
than
love
that.
how often you go to West Omaha.
I love it, man.
You have so many restaurants where you live, but you're like, see you guys out west.
Wait,
Seriously.
Where do you live actually? You want to dox yourself really quick?
30th.
whoa.
30th Street.
So you literally crossed 120 streets to get to
Yeah.
our
Yeah.
pizza place.
But he
I-
also had to go around, because there's not just a
Yes.
straight shot, as the
I
flow
have
cries,
no-
as the crow flies.
I think that was a Super Bowl commercial. As the flow cries.
I have no problem driving 20 minutes to go and get good food or to go and see friends or to go do anything. Like I have no issue. Like 20 minutes to me is nothing.
It did cross my mind today when I put into my maps because I like to type in the NRG media, RIP. But you do like to, type it
That's
in.
Usher media to you, bro.
Bang.
Pal.
I saw 8 miles distance from where I was, and I went, holy cow.
Wow, knees deep, arms are sweaty.
Eminem. I was gonna say,
mm.
I never saw
That's
that
8
movie.
Mile. Yes. Very
Yes,
good.
8
Okay,
miles.
I got you.
Look at that. Lotto's that tank top saying I don't fit you.
Whoa.
Never seen it.
Hey, speaking of Miles, how do you think Tim's handling today? It's a big day for
I
Nebraska.
think he's laughing.
You think so?
I really do.
Mm.
I think he thinks this is all comical.
Wow.
Bill Moos stuff.
Yeah.
I really want.
When is Tim Miles' book going to come out? That's what I want to
Great
know.
question.
That would be a good book.
When is Scott Frost?
That
book
would
gonna
be a
come out?
book that as long as it's 250 pages or less, I would
Yes.
actively read.
By the way, is Scott Frost still suing Nebraska? Did we get to the bottom of that?
Oh, great. Is
Excellent
Matt
question.
Rule still suing Carolina?
That one was resolved.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
that was a weird one, too.
I think it was kind of hush hush, but I'm pretty sure the Panthers were obviously in the wrong.
Yeah.
But I think they just ended up with
What's the owner, Dave?
David Tepper, our
Good
former
guy.
boss.
Good dude.
I was gonna say, do they
So the
share
owner is
same
David
name?
Tepper. Our boss was Dave Tepper.
Okay.
Not he is. Our boss isn't. He was, but he's still alive.
Yes.
If any of that makes sense.
He is still with us.
Mhm.
David Tepper. Terrible.
Hey,
He
he's
just threw some drinks on some folks.
You know
There's
what? He
nothing
hasn't
wrong
done
with
that in a while. He
Hey.
hasn't been throwing drinks in it for a couple years.
Well,
Well, Brittany Mahomes did that too in the cold
my-
in Kansas City.
Yikes.
Just sprayed
she's
champagne.
a tough hang.
My favorite David Tepper moment is when he fired not only Matt Rule, but then also fired Frank Reich like the year after. And he goes, I just want to hire someone who's going to be my best friend. And
Michael Scott.
I think he said something along the lines of like, bury me or like carry my casket or something. I was like, whoa, I don't know. Like just the thought of like, I want to hire my best friend.
It's like Michael Scott. I want 100 kids so I can have 100 friends.
was
And
about
no
to
one
say,
can
yeah.
say no to being my friend. That's the dream right there. 100
It
kids.
is. And maybe him and
Ugh.
Dave Canales have that type of energy right now.
Very handsome man.
Mhm.
Well, Matt, it's great to see you. Hope that you have a great day.
I'll claim this. We'll claim this as a Happy New Year.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Interesting.
Happy
no one
New
had
Year, Matt.
said that, so
I'll claim
Yeah.
it. We're gonna
It was good. It was solid. Just
Happy New
We
Year.
need the
Okay, now it's a
content.
Happy New
We
Year, I
need the
guess.
content.
It's February 10th.
we don't need anything right
No,
now. We're
it's Happy
fine.
New Year.
We got so much time to get
Happy Arbor Day.
Happy
Whoa.
Arbor Day.
You guys take Arbor Day off?
I don't know. They were all making fun of me because I revealed the days off I'm taking. They're like, "Oh, Matt McNever works," and I'm like,
Oh,
that's
that-
not true at all."
You're the new Josh.
Is your
Nice.
biggest curse in life having the last name
Yes.
start with Mick?
yes.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's
When's the
just-
next day you're taking off?
February 27th,
Wow, that's amazing.
and then
I wish I was taking that day off.
I was going to take a day off in February or a day off in April,
420?
and then I was gonna actually kind of close, and then I was gonna
419?
424, I think, or something like that.
tight.
And
Not St. Patrick's Day?
then I was gonna take like a week off in the summer, and they're like, "Wow, you're never working." I'm like, "Those are all my days. That's all it." Ridiculous.
Yeah, I got to figure out what days I'm taking.
You got to
off. I was
take
actually-
time for you.
I was actually thinking about that
never
this
do
morning.
that.
What days do I want to take off this year? I'll figure it out.
I'm
figure
trying
it
to
out.
plan a vacation with me and Dr. Future Wife, and she just goes, I don't know when. Let me know. And I go, that's not how jobs work.
Staycation for Austin, then, Austin.
Pretty much.
Don't you hate it when like an important person in your life starts texting you like an email?
Hmm.
That's happened with my dad, or my dad, where he needs something done, he'll text me in email format, basically. Matt, I hope this finds you
Dear
well.
Oh,
Mr.
that's
Moose.
weird.
Seriously.
Yeah. Ha!
That's the crossover.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Austin Jacobson in the building yet again.
Yeah.
What will we discuss today?
Did we ever get to that Robert Kraft thing last week?
I think we might finally get to it today, Austin. I think we might finally get to it today. The Grum is next on 1620 The Zone.
We are not quite as warm as we were yesterday with temperatures in the mid 70s for highs, but for your Tuesday afternoon, we expect high temperatures.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Austin Jacobson in the building.
Yes.
Wow.
No pee pants this time.
For now.
Whoa.
It's a weird thing to bring up out of nowhere.
Well, it's because
Yeah.
I have to go back to Bellevue West today, so it'd be kind of like a little anniversary, right?
Home of the pee.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in on this Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
Excellent reference by you, Nick. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, Nick Grimm. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the 1620 The Zone app, zonetv.live, the 1620 The Zone YouTube channel, Twitch.
Whoa.
We're everywhere.
Everywhere we be.
So we be. You have no
We be.
excuse is what we're saying.
That's true, man. That's true. We're available on all the places. And it's free.
It is.
Whoa.
It's free. All you got to do is have a radio. So you have to, a little upfront cost, or a computer, or the internet. So, I guess there are other
Internet.
costs tangentially associated with us.
Mm.
Maybe you're like, I'm going to buy a car so I can have the radio.
That would be a
You
good
could
bit.
just buy the radio. Like $20.
I didn't have a radio a couple years ago, and I started doing this thing where I'd go to like old consignment shops to find radios.
Yes.
And it was hard to find one that worked, but I got one now.
I
got
do
two.
kind of miss the kitchen radio. That was like
Yeah.
a big part of my life when I was like a kid, that
Uh-huh.
you'd have the kitchen
Like
radio.
the one that's under the cabinet?
Yes,
Like
yes,
that? My grandparents
it
had
was
one of
the
those.
best. And I remember my mom, like, when you heard it click on at like 7 a.m. on like a Saturday or Sunday, then you knew like cleaning was about to begin. So you had two choices: either fall to your deepest, darkest sleep possible, so that way you can't be woken up,
Nice.
or get up and help mom and get ahead of your brothers.
What did you do?
I tried to wake up, but then I was always late because my older brother Andrew would always beat me to it. So
Damn it, Andrew. Andrew
Wow, what a
Jacobson.
suck up.
Yeah,
I know.
seriously.
Yeah.
Mom, look at me. I'm helping to clean.
he is the favorite.
I'm
so
pretty sure Severe still has a kitchen radio.
that.
So
is
when
sick.
Michael listens to the Grum, it's often at the kitchen radio as he prepares his dinner.
ooh, like bologna sandwiches and such.
Like below, yes. When I
Mm-hmm.
think of Michael Severe and his great cooking, I think time for a bologna sandwich.
I love an Oscar Mayer bologna sandwich with a Miracle Whip,
Yes.
says Michael
Mhm.
Severe,
Yeah.
That sounds like Michael Severe.
and
if I've ever heard
American
of that.
cheese.
John texts into the show. Have
Hey,
you
John.
spotted what Matt left in the studio today yet?
Uh-oh. Wait, leave Lysol?
No. Well, the Lysol is in here, but that has to be left behind. I think.
Is it that rapper?
No, that's
Clear everything
mine.
out?
I think he did a good job.
Good for him.
Good job by you, Matt.
And
Good
he was
job.
showing some great stories on the way out.
Holy crap. We went down memory
We
lane.
did.
Yeah.
We really did.
We
Quite
talked
memory.
about love.
Not volleyball.
Not Love B. But other things.
Oh, hi, Chris.
Hey, it's Chris.
Some may say it's Love
Oh,
C.
look at that. A gift.
Whoa.
A Super Bowl
Oh my God.
program.
That's incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I don't even work here and I get a gift. This
This
is
is
awesome. Thank
amazing.
you so much.
Suck it, John Bishop.
Whoa.
Suck it, John Bishop. He's very sad. He would love a Seahawks program. This thing is probably like 20, 25 bucks. Yeah,
That's really
holy
cool.
crap. Inflation has come for programs. All
So
right.
is this in the studio?
So pull that out. Pull a piece out.
That's
Pull
confetti.
it out.
No. That is the Lombardi Trophy confetti.
Okay.
Yep.
Shaped like the trophy.
Oh.
Yep.
That
Oh.
confetti is only shot out
At
from
the
the stage.
look
when
at
they
that.
Give out the trophy.
That's
Look at
sicko
that.
mode.
They
Very
have
cool.
If you see a rectangle, tell people no.
It's fake.
It's pretend.
It's real, but it's not.
All right. I'm going to give this to a Seahawks
Oh,
fan that I
okay,
have in
gotcha.
my life.
That's awesome.
Lombardi confetti.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. I did
Thanks,
that a
Chris.
couple years ago. He brought in the stuff from the Chiefs, the first Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl.
Mhm.
And
With the little stickers.
and I was like, I'm obviously not going to give this to my wife because she would not be happy about it. But I gave it to one of my dear friends who's a Chiefs fan.
Mm.
And then last year, I don't think I got anything because I was like, I don't want anything.
Yeah.
Which is too bad because I could have given it to my
You
wife
should
because
keep that in your home.
the Eagles won. Yeah, that's a good call. The Eagles won the Super Bowl. Eagles won the Super Bowl. Not this year, though, thankfully. Neither did the Cowboys, though. 31 teams didn't win the Super Bowl. We're all the same.
People forget.
Everyone's always like, oh, the Cowboys, they suck. They've never done anything. Yeah, but you know what? In the end, did you lose your last game? And I guess some teams actually won their last game in the regular season but didn't make the playoffs. That's besides the point.
Yeah, the Saints.
But the Saints, congrats to the Saints. The Saints are, I guess, slightly better than the Cowboys because they won their last game. Shout out, Michael.
I bet he had a victory bologna sandwich.
Kenneth writes, Josh, any souvenirs from the Cowboys Super Bowl? I have one. I have a sweatshirt from the first Super Bowl of the 90s. I wear it sometimes.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I wear that.
I don't have any Super Bowls to show. So
I don't. I don't.
Well,
I
am.
You could find some 72 gear.
I think I'm
would like
partly
that,
undecided that like if Carolina made it to a Super Bowl, how poignant it would be for me to go. You know what I mean?
I talked about it with Chris earlier. I said next, because Chris goes every year. He goes for Westwood One. And I was thinking about that. If the Cowboys made the Super Bowl, would I actually be able to get in? Like if I asked him, because I mean, Chris knows some people,
right?
But I'm not going to pretend like Chris is like super high up in the NFL. So I might actually have to do some work, which I don't really want to do. Also, do you really want to go to the Super Bowl? Because here's the other part. What if you lose? Then you're there for the worst moment of your life. I don't want to be there for that.
Yeah.
But if they won and I got to go with my dad, that would be pretty cool.
Would being at the Super Bowl if they lost would be the worst moment of your life? Because I've had some pretty bad moments.
Yeah. I mean, sports fandom wise, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And you're also the ultimate loser because everyone remembers your loss more than anybody else's.
Right.
So
especially
there is
Cowboys.
that part too.
Yeah. So yeah.
I was just arguing the worst moment of your life.
No, I mean,
specifically.
I had a couple.
No, I would say I didn't even go to the Super Bowl. I was nowhere near adjacent. But when Carolina lost Super Bowl 50, being out in the Panhandle next to a bunch of Broncos fans, that was the worst moment of my life.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I mean, I skipped school that day. So
Kenneth says $50 tickets popped up 30 minutes before the game. That's insane. Now, this was a Super Bowl that nobody seemed to care about.
Yeah.
So that
Fair.
probably played a part in it too.
Well, I mean, I guess you did have like Seattle contingency down there, but I imagine that there's probably like Patriot people that like it's from Boston. Like if you're a true Patriots fan, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, well, I'm not going to make it or whatever. Maybe you have them and you're just like, I'm just going to get these off my hands and some local's going to buy them. So, I don't know.
By the way, Michael Severe, a couple comments from Michael. First of all, he texted, he says Saints lost their last game of the season.
Oh, whoops, I'm in Falcons. My bad.
Also says, interesting to hear Josh doing Unsportsmanlike solo today.
Yesterday, he said he made a nice comment about me because
What did he say?
I tweeted out, I'm going to pull it up right now. I tweeted it out. And I said that, hey, nobody knows I'm listening to Purple Rain at work today. And I put a screenshot of me listening to Purple Rain.
I saw that tweet.
I also saw that tweet.
So one Michael Severe eating bologna sandwiches with Miracle Whip on them. One tweeted it, probably Miracle Whip dripping down his chin, and said, I have misjudged you in gift form. So thank you, Michael.
Wow. But
Yes.
now he's back out on
Now
you
I
again.
guess
Probably
apparently he
because the
doesn't know who I
Miracle
am.
Whip conversation.
Yeah, it's probably
Wow.
because I keep bringing up these fried bologna sandwiches.
Well, poor Michael. Poor Michael. Let's get to the Grum Down.
Grum Down.
Brought to you by us. God, for a second, Nick, I was worried that the old logo was still on there, and I
Jeez.
got very frightened.
How long are you going to, why don't you just like start a new page without the logo then?
I deleted it off there a while
okay,
ago.
gotcha.
Yeah.
You're just worried it's going to be there?
It's
Yeah.
a constant fear.
Beringer fan says, my eyes. What do you mean, your eyes? Because it's a great, excellent graphic.
Why
We
is it
love
that
the
color?
indigo Grum Down.
Yeah.
I had that for something else that I made, and I just kept it, and then Nick was like, I like it. So I said,
Fair.
He actually modified it because it used to have a gradients coming out
yeah,
from
Nick
the
didn't
middle.
like the gradient. I thought it looked really
The
cool.
words blended in. It didn't look right.
You blend in. Austin back in the
Thanks.
building. Get ready to learn Gen Z. What
right.
code words will Nick and Austin have today?
Ooh, we haven't had too many in a while.
We
I
haven't.
think we're doing okay.
We made fun
Yeah.
of the crossover. In the old days, when we would do it with Happer, it was like this Gen Z hour, and Happer and I just shaking our head. Now it's just let's roast Matt.
pretty much.
And you very much enjoy roasting Matt.
Well, and from what I understand too, the morning crossover is also the same. So
Wow.
that has to be tough for young Matt.
it's a roast sandwich.
Wow.
There you go. That's an actual thing. What do we make of all the
Yes.
Moose droppings?
Nice.
We will unpack the Bill Moos stuff that we had a lot of fun with yesterday. Michael Bruns is going to join us. You got a noise for me there, Nick? Nope, that's not
That's
for
the wrong
Michael
one.
Bruns.
No,
Michael
I
Bruns.
know, but I was.
Had
That's
to get
Michael
that
Bruns is
one
going to join us because the college baseball season is sadly upon us.
Did you hear some of the commentary? I know you don't listen to baseball press conferences, but
You are
Baseball.
correct.
okay. Well,
Who spoke?
Every game.
Who
Ty
is it?
Horn, and he had
I
probably
have a question about Ty Horn.
he probably had the most electric quote I've ever heard about someone in their roster from one year to the next.
Okay.
It's very incredible.
All right, so we'll ask this
Yeah.
about Bruns.
Yes, I'll pull that up for you.
Jason says 1990s PowerPoint. Sir, this is Canva. First of all, does it look like? Do I need to make it a little cooler? Or you know what?
maybe some texture, but I think it's
Challenge
fine.
accepted. I'm gonna fix up, not fix it up. I will change the Grum Down, and we'll see if we can make it look more creative in some way.
Maybe
shape,
just
or
like
form.
in the background, put some of those like EQ waves, but make it a little opaque.
You know what?
Opaque?
I wasn't doing
Opaque.
texture. Opaque. You got it there, Nick. I wasn't doing. Hey, Bruns. I wasn't doing texture back when I made this. You know what? I'll add a little texture to it. That's a great
Goes
idea.
a long
man.
way.
A slice of college baseball makes its glorious question mark return.
The slice is back.
Yep, it is.
We were talking slice when I first walked in the door.
Wow, Nick can't stop telling people that he's going to do the slice of college baseball today.
Slice is so
Last
bad.
time we did the slice of college baseball, Nick had his rankings and we asked him questions and he got mad. So we'll see.
The
Hopefully,
slice score.
hopefully less anger this time when we get to that. A Nebraska Purdue preview. This is a battle of top 15 teams.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same ring as Nebraska, Michigan. You know, like two blue bloods of the sport.
That's
going
true.
At it.
Yeah, Purdue, they lost in a title game a couple years ago. You know, their players aren't as tall as they used to be.
Yeah, notably.
Yeah, they have some
Notably.
tall guys, but it's not like Purdue tall.
Yeah, but also their best player's name is Braden. So how good can they be?
Oh, Jimsy, ask Braden. Let's see. Oh, Austin's in, which means one of
A
our
bit.
weekly bits.
No.
Super hot take
Ah,
market.
I've been dreading this all
His
day.
favorite one.
I have had my takes. I wrote an email to myself a couple of days ago.
That's
Actually, it was I think it was 2 days ago I wrote one of them. And then I think I have maybe the spiciest hot take I could talk myself into ever. I think Nick is also going to enjoy it.
Oh.
But I look forward to the discussion about it with Austin because I want to know if I am an idiot or if I am smart.
It'll be so good, I probably won't have one. That's how good it'll be.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Steve Sipple will join us in the happy hour. Apparently, Scott Frost asked him about canceling the OU series, which that's 5 years after the fact. I didn't know that story. That is
Yeah.
quite interesting.
Sip is full of stories that he's just like, no one will care about this. And then he'll say it out loud, and everyone's like, I really have.
This is
I have
the
many
most
thoughts on
interesting
this.
thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's true. Kenneth says Nick also had two teams on the same side of the bracket playing in the championship.
Yeah, no, I messed that one up.
And then at 402 texter says Texas ass and more ass.
Yep,
That started in the slice.
it did.
Texas ass and more ass. Finally, how funny is the Bill and misspelling? Again, that just goes back to the Bill Moos of it all, which I imagine we will discuss on the show today. 402-951-1620. That is the phone number. We would love to hear from you, whether it is a phone call and or a text message. That is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can also email us, Equitable Bank inbox. Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, or Austin's personal email.
Or my open DMs, which Josh hates.
Speaking of DMs, you can find us on the Twitter feed. That's where Michael said that it was interesting to hear me doing a solo show today. So all of the ways in which you can get in touch with us. Plus, of course,
Severe tweeted at me a bologna sandwich.
of course, the YouTube comment section is always popping, always interesting takes in there, always people yelling at Nick and saying, why don't you know more about sports, you idiot? Why do you root for Iowa, you idiot?
They might say that last
among other
Go
things.
Hawks.
And then Nick says, go Hawks, and then people get mad all over again.
Hmm.
And then people say, could you talk more politics? Those are all available for you right now in the YouTube comment section. So we'll do all of those things and more today. All right, when we return, Austin, let's get into some droppings. Let's pick them up. Let's get out our
All right.
dude. Speaking of picking up a dropping today, Mr. Banks. Holy moly!
Did he have a good poop?
Oh, shout out to Banks on the walk this morning.
Do you have the hand scooper? Do you do like the plastic sack over the
On
hands?
on the walk, we do the plastic sack over. Not a sack. We have a poop
Oh,
bags.
you do the green bags?
Yeah,
I've
we
got the
do.
green bags.
Shout
Do
out
you-
to Banks.
Do you think if you grew up the same way a dog grows up, where you're applauded for taking a big poop, then
Oh.
society would feel different about poops?
Yeah, we should. I love seeing my huge ones.
Yeah, that's a part of society that we probably should celebrate a little more, right?
Yeah,
Because that just means you're getting your fiber in.
Normalize taking a photo of your toilet and tweeting.
Okay,
it.
well, we don't have to do that.
Why not?
Just
Tweet it
congratulate people on the poop.
Tweet your big poops at Grim and M.
I
He
love this
wants
idea.
to see them.
If one of my friends texted me a photo of an absolute massive turd, I would say, "Good job by you." I like it when it looks like ice cream.
Pat him on the head.
Ooh, I don't like that.
You know?
And you don't need a soft stool, right?
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Like a hard ice cream.
There you go. Like a Valentino's buffet one. That's what I want.
Yeah, I don't want it to look like a Mick, whatever they're called, not McMaster.
McChicken?
No, the
Matt
McFlurry.
McPoopster.
I couldn't remember the name, Matt McPoopster. I like that. You know, the McFlurry, Nick. That is some sauce. You do not want your stuff looking like that.
No.
That is bad time.
Or the Pizza Ranch soft serve.
Never
Ooh,
had Pizza Ranch.
it's good.
1620 the poop, writes Kenneth. There you go. J-Man, Mr. Banks, shout out on the deuce. Shout out to you, Banks. What a great boy. What a great dog. He punched wrist last night on accident.
Oh no.
Yeah, he was in bed and suddenly she took a clocker to the face.
Oof.
Yeah. And then he just hopped off the bed. See you later. I'm going to sleep.
The other
A
morning,
literal hit and run.
it was Sunday morning. I was sleeping in a bit, and then Paige, she was just gonna tell I'm gonna go make some
Paige?
coffee. My
And
fiance.
She punched
I'm
you in the
engaged.
face.
And our dog Misty, who's very real,
Definitely.
just slammed down on my chest as hard as she could for no reason. She's never
Slammed
done that.
down on my
She
chest.
just-
Classic Banks.
And it woke
or
me up.
Misty.
Thanks, Misty.
Classic dogs.
She's real.
Andy says we need a clip of Josh saying, "I love seeing my huge."
Oh,
one."
it's already marked.
I was going to say I see a mark over there. I'm guessing that's what that was from. All right, those are the ways to talk to us. Those are the things that we'll be talking about. This is the Grum.
The Grum.
The Grum. That's what they call it. More to come when we return. Let's talk Bill Moos on 1620 The Zone.
Get a free second pair of glasses.
Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimm. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone, on the Zone YouTube channel as well. So,
Got a very interesting question right off the bat.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
take it to me.
Did you see this on X?
Or take me to it.
And maybe you talked about this a little bit yesterday, but Peter Cunningham, friend of the show.
What up, Pete?
He tweets in, when you talk Bill Moos, question for thought, is the real winner from Moose's book in a weird roundabout way Trev Alberts?
We did not talk about that yesterday, and I would certainly say yes.
Yeah.
I think that, and I will admit on Front Street, I never hated Trev when he left. Like a lot of people despise him, and they
made a lot of sense.
They hate Texas A&M,
Well,
like all of these things, and I never was
what
like
about the way that he left? Did you not like that?
I mean, no, not honestly, nothing really bothered me because I guess I didn't. What could he have done differently, right? Like,
Okay,
you got to leave. If you're going to go, you're going to go.
Mhm.
So I didn't have any issue with it. I would certainly say, to answer, though, Peter's question, I absolutely think that is to be the case. I think I want to talk about this from a few different angles. But I think one thing, as I've now kind of slept on this for the last 24 hours as we were, reading and tweeting out excerpts yesterday, I think Moose, at least from the Nebraska point of view, probably thought, I'm gonna put all this stuff out there, and I think it's gonna paint me in a sympathetic light. And I think that you could look in particular at the first meeting with Scott Frost, right, in Philadelphia, and like, look, I recognize something, and I saw it before anybody else did, and my wife did too. Ignoring whether you believe him or not, because that's beside the point I'm trying to make. I think it makes him come across even worse.
Yes,
I knew that he wasn't ready, and I also still hired him. It's like, oh, okay, so you were the pushover that so many of us thought that you were in that exact moment. He was hired to hire Scott Frost.
Yes.
Congratulations, you did it, even though in the moment, if we are to believe you, you didn't think that you should hire Scott Frost.
Yeah, and also, I tweeted this yesterday, that you were paid $1.15 million in an annual salary, and if his book is true, and everyone else agreed, and everyone else said, like, oh, well, implying that you may get fired from your athletic director job, you do not hire Scott Frost. If that was so be it, and you still know it was a bad idea, what do you decide in that scenario? Who knows, right?
Yeah.
Like, whatever. But there has to be a reason that you are the athletic director. You can make any decision that you possibly wanted, and you're paid over $1 million in annual salary to make these tough decisions.
Mhm.
I thought it truthfully, every time that I see more and more of the excerpts that came out from you and Matt yesterday, it just looked like poor leadership on his own part. I don't think he even sees the hypocrisy in what he's writing about.
I could not agree with you more. And so here's the question that I have, and that is, this is like a huge, broad one. It's like, what do we do with this stuff?
Yeah.
We were kind of lamenting before we came back from break. First of all, the timing of it, I think it stinks that it's coming out now. Like, we're going to talk about Nebraska-Purdue in a little bit. It's a huge basketball game coming up tonight. Another top 15 game at PBA, an arena that had never hosted these. And now it's the third time this year that it's happened, that they've had a top 15 versus top 15 basketball game. So we have that. Spring football is just around the corner. Nick's favorite sport, college baseball, is about to start. Like, there are all of these things happening, and it's like, man, I'm frustrated just from that sense alone. This would be a great summer release. Why couldn't this have come out in July?
Yeah, imagine if you got this at the CWS when you're sitting in OBV.
When there's nothing to talk about except for the College World Series. It would have been perfect.
Baseball.
And so there's that, but then there's also what are we even to make of any of this? Like, I thought that they had an interesting discussion on Happer and Schaefer this morning. Try to say that without
Happer and Schaefer.
Exactly. And that is essentially like, what do you do with this piece of information from the Moose perspective? Do you believe him? Do you believe what he is trying to sell you? Because it is obviously, he is very much trying to paint himself in a sympathetic light.
Well, and there's also no daily journals. There's no diary. There's nothing like that. This is just one guy who sat down by his fireplace one day and goes, I'll write a book.
Yeah.
And that's he's just
we can tell.
Exactly. He's regurgitating thoughts in situations that he was the main character in, and you are going to perceive those conversations much differently than how it probably actually played out.
Dear Mr. Moose.
There's the scene that the Dear Mr. Moose of it all, where it paints this like, you need to essentially stop drinking. I'm going to boil it down to kind of its essence. You need to stop doing that. What have you been doing with your office? And your wife has been treating people poorly. And he just kind of smooths over any of that, and it's like, yeah, I like to tell stories. It's like, but what happened? What is the actual there? Like, on one hand, I kind of give him a round of applause for actually hitting on any of this stuff, because I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting him to. I was very shocked to open it up and to Control F Frost and then control F other words and get to like that story in particular. Like, wow, he is hitting on all of these rumors that we had heard about at that time. And it actually went back even further than at least I realized. He's talking about it in 2018. On the other hand, there is so much more there that he just kind of ignores. Like, I don't know about you. I think, again, a day later now, I think easily the most illuminating passage, if you will, was the Dana Altman stuff. That is, in my opinion, like, holy crap. He wanted to hire Dana Altman. And then they got Pillin to respond today.
Well, and I think that, if anything, and you're saying, what do we do with this? If that's like the next question, right? It's not the visceral reaction that we all had yesterday. It's not people stewing over it in the evening, last night, sleeping on it today. When you get to this point now, it basically boils down to, okay, do you feel better that the Nebraska leadership has changed hands tenfold since that moment? Because that's the one thing you can feel better about, I guess.
Nobody is there anymore.
Yeah, like every single person that he lists in every one of those conversations, specifically the Dana Altman, are no longer a part of any decision-making for Nebraska athletics, the Board of Regents, or any of that, except for one Governor Jim Pillin.
Yeah, I was going to say he runs the state, though. Steve says, don't forget MLB pitchers and catchers reported today. Yeah, that's the other part that, man.
And that's a John Bishop.
Yeah, we were going to talk about that. He also says, where's the Moose sound effect? There you go, Steve.
If you want an actual winner from this entire scenario.
Yeah, winners and losers of the Bill Moos book.
Is it not Matt Rule? Because he's justified now, like everything, because of all the different times that he's brought up, and especially in the past like 6 months, where he has, you don't understand how bad it is. Well, I guess now we know.
That's
right?
an excellent point. He has really started leaning into it was a disaster. You guys don't know how big of a disaster it was. And what's so funny is there, like a lot of this stuff, like there were whispers about it, and so here's the classic, why weren't you, telling us any of this?
As there's always whispers.
See,
right?
like I think the stuff with alcohol was such a, I have family members who struggle with alcohol abuse, right? Like that is, I don't even know how to talk about that type of stuff. Like, what do you want to say? Like, I mean, even though people have been alluding to those types of things that, Bill Moos, did X, Y, and Z, and he talks about that in the book again, right? So like there was that perspective. Things seeming so disorganized, I guess I think we did talk about that a lot on the show. So I don't think that was something that we ignored, but it does. I mean, if that Dana Altman stuff is anywhere near true, and I don't know what you think, but given that Pillin responded today like they did, with the quote tweet of the score of the Nebraska-Oregon game from earlier this year.
Which, again, context matters significantly in that moment.
Exactly.
Like, what are we talking about?
But it tells me, okay, there's probably some truth to this situation, right? That happened.
That Jim Pillin basically just had the next day in the shower after an argument. Oh, I should have said this. Like that's what he did. That's what he did with this.
You're so right though. Like, what are we talking about? That's 7 years later. I saw somebody,
and who knows what trajectory Nebraska basketball would have.
I saw someone say that. I was like, look,
like,
I can tell you this. It wouldn't have taken them 7 years to get things figured out. But that's the other crappy part now too, is that this basketball team is having a truly all-time memorable year, and then there's this whole like, oh, Dana Altman. They could have had Dana Altman. What about Dana Altman?
That was funny.
Dana Altman interested in him?
Well, then obviously the Big 12 move stuff is like very interesting, and like the back channeling that happened there and all that sort of stuff too. And I don't know, like again, it's also one of those things as well that it's like what you said at the beginning, that when Moose brings it up in the book, and from what you guys posted for screenshots and all that other stuff, and you're reading about it, he sounds so convinced that the Big 12 is like the right thing to do.
Yeah. But
then he fails to recognize that college football, as of right now, that all of that he's bringing up would have set Nebraska back so far.
Can you imagine?
It would be the laughing stock of college football if they moved to the Big 10 in 2010, moved back to the Big 12, all this expansion, all this movement happens, and they're left behind, especially if everything stays its course and Oregon Pac-12 dissolves and Oregon and UCLA and USC and all those schools move to the Big 10 and Nebraska's stuck in the Big 12. They would have looked like the biggest joke in history. It would have looked like the worst managerial decision possible.
And so what's funny about that is, and that's, I mentioned the Dana Altman stuff was maybe the most illuminating. Let's add this into the equation as well, because this isn't something that I think has ever been reported upon. Though I was reminded after reading it, Tom Chattel wrote a column in August of 2020. This was right after the Big Ten announced that they weren't going to play football that year. And then, of course, they were reneged on that because of COVID. And Chattel's column was, is this the beginning of the end of Nebraska in the Big Ten? And I remember reading that at the time and talking about it on the show that week and saying, say what you will about Tom, and if you like him or dislike him, that's totally fine. I think he has his ear to the ground, and I think he knows people. And so I thought in the moment, he's not saying this. He's not just like a guy hopping on the radio and throwing out a dumb idea just for like the sake of discussion. That's how I viewed it in the moment. And then in this book, if you control F Tom Chattel, Tom's name comes up 4 separate times. One of them, I would grow to admire Tom Chattel. Something my friend Tom Chattel wrote. So like now in hindsight, I look at that and say, okay. So in the moment I thought, is there something here? The answer is obviously, oh my gosh, there was something there. And you are so right. Imagine if they do it. The good vibes of, thank God, our old pals, closer road trips, all those old school rivalries. Meanwhile, you set your athletic department back to the point where you are never going to recover. And you do it out of what? Spite, anger, frustration because of a once in a 100-year pandemic that, was all over the world at that moment.
And on top of that, too, remember, Texas and Oklahoma are still in the Big 12 at that time.
Correct. They're just about to leave.
And then they depart. So Nebraska, in this scenario, leaves the Big Ten after a decade, rejoins its old conference, gets its old, primary foes back, and then who knows from there, right? Like you can assume probably everything else kind of parlays itself the same way. They add Utah, they add Arizona State, they add Arizona when the Pac-12.
So then they're playing a bunch of random crappy teams anyway.
Exactly. So then, okay, you're still playing a coast-to-coast conference no matter what. They probably still add UCF, and Scott Frost still probably ends up over there. Like
incredible.
These are all things that happened under Bill Moos's regime.
Heath writes, being in the Bill Moos files would be a dagger, that's for sure. You don't want to be in the Bill Moos files. Jamin writes, Moose, mucho coulda, woulda, shoulda, sounds like so far. I mean, that's the part about this, and I think ultimately the question to come out most is, what do you believe? Because it reads like a guy who is always on the right side of the argument. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to do this. I had my doubts. I wanted Dana Altman. I didn't think Scott Frost should be the guy. And it's like, congratulations for having those opinions and things like that. What has it got in Nebraska? I mean, they did hire Fred Hoiberg, and Fred Hoiberg is, turning in one of the great seasons of all time. He apparently didn't want to sign Scott Frost to an extension. I believe him about the Oklahoma stuff because I always believed him about the Oklahoma stuff. And then Steve Sipple, who will join us in a couple hours, or in an hour and a half rather, he said on the ticket this morning in Lincoln that Frost apparently called him asking, hey, what do you think about canceling this? Would you get behind me?
Would you back me up?
Yeah, and he's like, hell no, I wouldn't do that. And so that stuff is, it's pretty wild. I think you said it a few minutes ago. You're always wondering, how much drama is really going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And the answer is a lot.
Which, listen,
place.
And I just thought of this too. Like we said earlier that like Matt Rule, I guess a winner in the
I think you bring up a good reason why, yeah.
But also, like Dannon wins here too because of all these whispers. And I know you're a little more plugged in than I am and all this other stuff. But when it comes to Dannon, like these Moose rumors and the things that he talked about had been around his entire time that he had been there, right? Like maybe not necessarily the conference movement and all that other stuff, right? But like a lot of these like conjectures of everything that was going on and the alcohol use and everything else that was happening, there were always whispers of this. It doesn't happen around Dannon. Like we don't hear about some of these like things that happen in the athletic department now.
No. Here we did not send this out yesterday. He talks about the monthly meetings that he has around the alcohol stuff. He wrote, I was placed on a 90-day cure period where essentially one screw-up was cause for termination. It was during my time in the penalty box that false rumors started. So get a load of this. I mean, this literally sounds like a message board. Supposedly, I'd gone away for rehab, which, I mean, he did. So, like, that's not even a rumor. I'd been seen passed out on a bar at 1:30 in the afternoon. There were open bottles of vodka in my office. It was only a matter of time before the media grabbed a hold of it all, which happened on January 30th. So, like,
he was reading the scroll.
He was at, well, yeah. And then he mentions the lead story on the front page of the Lincoln Journal-Star, the front page of the paper, not the front page of the sports section, addressed it. In that story, Hank and Ronnie are quoted as saying that I had done a great job guiding the athletic department and that I had their full support and they look forward to my continued strong leadership. Like, that stuff is nuts because I remember that week. And again, they talked about it on Happer and Schaefer this morning. And I remember when I first started hearing about it was when Mike Schaefer was sitting in that chair with Damon Benning and they were alluding to something going down with Bill Moos. And a lot of the chatter was he's about to get canned. And for whatever reason, he wasn't. And that was early 2019. And he had his job for another 2.5 years, basically, before he got pushed out, let go during the College World Series.
Yeah.
June of 2021.
So eventually, when the Alberts book comes out, what do you think we're going to learn about Frost then? That he was just desperate and being like, "Please don't fire me."
If Trev actually did a book and talked about the things, I imagine one of the stories that he would tell would be a meeting with the entire athletic department that Scott Frost did not attend, which I believe was Trev's first meeting, and that he then
And the wedding. He's got to talk about the wedding.
Has to talk about the wedding, of course, and story that I heard was that he had Frost meet him in Omaha and told him. Like they drove all the way to Omaha, and it was basically like a 2-second meeting where he's like, if you ever skip another one of these meetings, like you're fired.
Yep.
And so eventually he was fired.
So would you rather read the next book either from Eichhorst or Alberts?
Oh, that's a good question. I would rather hear the Trev one. I'd rather read the Trev one. I think Eichhorst, I mean, it was a very interesting time.
Wouldn't it be more fun to hear Eichhorst try to spin all of like that?
Yeah, what would be interesting about the Eichhorst would be like when he first learned about the audio tape, for
Yes.
example. Like, hey, there's this thing because, the biggest open secret was everybody in the media knew about it. It just hadn't been released until Deadspin got a hold of it in 2013. So it's like him knowing about it, pretty wild.
Do you see David's comment in there? He said, give the man a lot of credit. He seems to have an incredible memory for someone who's trashed out of their mind.
Allegedly trashed out of his mind.
Wow.
Aaron says, here's the thing that it helps prove once again. It's a dysfunctional mess, and the only reason basketball is working now is because they couldn't afford to buy out Fred because it was a mess.
Thanks,
the dysfunction weirdly worked out for basketball. It's accidentally getting stuff correct.
Yeah, if they would have got Dana Altman, they wouldn't have gone 20-0.
They wouldn't have gone 20-0.
Wow.
John writes, do you think Moose is even able to understand what he wrote? Most of it seems to read like an 8-year-old wrote it.
Well, you asked Jack on Friday.
The prose is a tough hang.
Would you ask Jack on Friday if he'd rather have Dana Altman or Fred Hoiberg?
Oh, that's a great question.
And ask him in his
2019
version.
brain.
Yes. Yeah.
Man, I cannot imagine 2019 brain that people would not have rather had.
That's also, I thought that was a very funny quote from him when Moose recalls him going, he's from Wilbur. You can't be more Nebraskan than that. As if Moose is from Nebraska. Like he knows where Wilbur is. Like,
great point. 2019, by the way. So as Moose mentioned, 2 years prior, they had gone to the Final Four. The year before that, they had made the Elite Eight. 2018, they made the NIT. And then the year in which he fired Miles and in theory could have or would have hired him, they made the Sweet 16 that year. They would make another Sweet 16 in 2021, and they've taken obviously a bit of a step back. But in that moment, I think most people would have said, give me Dana over, give me Fred.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because Fred's in the NBA.
And also there is that crazy assumption too that we're making a leap of logic when it comes to that. Dana also would have had to say yes in that scenario too. Like there's just because whatever interest level was, it's never really determined in the book. I know that they said like, oh, we have a possibility.
It's kind of like hey, Dana would be open to talking. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's not like Dana's definitely going to join you.
Right.
It wasn't a slam dunk.
But
So
could you imagine that coach, he fires Miles and the two coaching candidates are Fred Hoiberg or Dana Altman. That's crazy.
It's nuts to think about. Yeah, it really is.
Unprecedented.
Odd times. If you have any thoughts, we would love to hear from you. 402-951-1620. You can call us. You can text us. You can, of course, email us as well. Equitable Bank inbox, josh@1620thezone.com. All right. When we return, more to come. We might have to get to a slice of college baseball here very shortly. Okay.
I did not like that.
Put it in the pants there, Nicholas.
Baseball.
Put it in the pants. So we'll have that. But let's get to that when we return because we got Michael Bruns coming up at the bottom of the hour. We also will talk Nebraska and Purdue.
Let's go.
Top
Basketball.
15 game in the state of Nebraska once again.
Would Dana Altman win this game?
Would Dana Altman win the game? That is the angle that we will take. We will ask Bruns that question in a few minutes as well. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. But first, Josh Peterson for Underdog Fantasy. Sadly, football is done. It won't be here for another 7 months. But until then, lots of other sports, including basketball. The fast breaks, the buzzer beaters, the block parties continue to roll on. Underdog, best place to get in on all the action. Don't forget, you can make picks. You can win money in Nebraska. And if you get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Just find a matchup that you are digging in the association tonight, tomorrow, whenever it is. Go higher or lower on a variety of stats, points, rebounds, fantasy points, and so much more. And again, you get those picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Just download the app today. Use our promo code 1620thezone. Score those $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code 1620thezone. Underdog Make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
A jam-packed crowd has reached a fever pitch. And strike three called. A turbulent season ends with a repeat. Nebraska dogpiled for the second straight year at the Big Ten tournament.
College baseball.
Wow. A slice of college baseball
Do you feel that?
is back. What is that? Is that
The tingle in your loins.
is that
my-
heartburn?
It's my pulse returning after all these months without college baseball.
Jed writes football is just 200 days away.
So far away.
Real-
Basically a lifetime. A housefly would be dead by then if it was born today.
Real quick, before we get to a slice of college baseball, when you hear a slice, do you think of orange slices or pizza? Because in the open it says a nice hot slice. I always thought of it as orange slices.
Oh, I always go cake. I think cake.
It's always been
Slice
pizza.
of cake. Does
Poll
that mean
question.
I'm fat? Is that a fat
The
thing?
mascot is Slicey. He's a slice of pizza.
Is
That's
he?
his name.
Okay. All right, Nick. Let's find out. College baseball is here. Don't change the radio, folks. Don't worry. It's not the rest of the show. It's just a slice of it.
Josh,
Nick.
Austin,
Yeah.
I hope you're hungry because I'm about to deliver to you the first slice of college baseball of 2026. As you well know, the very anticipated start of the 2026 college baseball season is this Friday.
Woo!
College baseball opening day, it's a beautiful holiday, but it can be overwhelming. There's a lot going on. I don't want either of you to worry, though.
Okay.
Because for today's slice, I'm giving to you as a gift my personal curated watch list for all of this Friday's games.
Oh, please do.
Now, these aren't necessarily the best games, but it's a jumping in point. It's just to give you an idea.
Get your feet wet.
Yeah. So let's dig in.
Let's.
Starting at 8:30 a.m.
What?
The best time for baseball.
The very first game of the season bats off in Puerto Rico as Houston takes on number 21, Wake Forest.
Is that a part of the United States?
Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Topical question, Austin.
Now, if you want to watch this game, don't worry because it's streaming on something called Victory Plus.
Oh.
I won't
believe
be able
that's
to.
where they had the Super Bowl halftime show the other
Good one,
day.
Josh.
I won't be able to watch it, but I'm sure somebody can. I'm sure somebody has Victory Plus. All those Puerto Rico games are on Victory Plus.
Probably Kid Rock.
At 11 a.m., we get some Big 12 on SEC action when the Red Raiders in Oklahoma face off at Globe Life Field in Austin for the Shriners Children's College Showdown.
Wow.
That one is available on everybody's favorite. You know it. You love it.
Peacock.
Flow Sports.
Oh.
Remember Flow Sports.
Whoa.
Yeah. They do wrestling.
Moving on to 1 p.m., friend of the slice, University of Maryland Eastern Shore is playing host to LaSalle University at Hawk Stadium.
The Humes.
Where's that one streaming, you ask? It might not be. But that's fine because honestly, watching the UMass live stats is a treat in itself. It's hilarious.
Okay.
At 2 p.m., while you keep up with the Hawks, you can watch the Hawks.
What?
The Iowa Hawkeyes are down in Scottsdale taking on Kansas State. That one is on MLB Network, as well as a tiny, tiny baby corner of the TV in the background on Friday on this very stream right here. We will be watching it, Josh.
We will?
Yes.
Okay. I was reading tweets. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
3 p.m.,
We're watching Iowa baseball.
we get a ranked on ranked matchup on the first day of the season.
What?
College football could never.
Didn't they have a 1 versus 3
freak out.
game last year?
Yeah, that's Aer Lingus. That doesn't count. It's week 0.
Okay. What about Ohio State, Texas, week 1?
As Vandy and TCU take, why didn't they do it on week 0, Josh?
Because we had Aer Lingus.
As TCU and Vandy take each other on in Arlington. This one is also on Flow Sports.
Oh.
At the same time, Michigan and number 12 Oregon, Flow Sports. Oregon State,
Is
Flow
this just
Sports.
a TV guide segment? What's going on here?
I do feel like I'm scrolling down on the guys.
This is
That's
like
very fun.
LSUfootball.net/TV.htm.
We're jumping ahead to 7 p.m., guys.
Thank
Ooh,
God.
I think I know this one.
Almost near the end
Your
of the day.
Nebraska Cornhuskers are
Mine?
welcomed to the Big East as they try to show UConn what Big Ten baseball really is.
In Arizona.
Yep.
Classic.
Also on MLB Network. 7:35, the Omaha Mavs are hosted by Arizona State down in Phoenix.
Nice.
UNO loves to upset teams in southern states. That's an ESPN Plus game.
Yeah.
We can watch that one.
Okay.
The Big East goes west at 8 p.m. as Creighton says hello to St. Mary's in Moraga, California, also on ESPN Plus. And finally,
Thank God.
the nightcap, the best possible way to end opening day of college baseball season.
You got to stay home that night, Austin. I know you're
Yeah.
usually gallivanting
I
around
know.
Omaha
That's
with your
right.
pals.
I gotta stay in.
to finish off your curated baseball experience that I have put together for you today.
A beer bat.
We're going to Honolulu, Oahu,
Whoa.
as the Rainbow Warriors, one of my favorite baseball teams, hosts Gonzaga. 10:35 ESPN Plus.
Wow.
Baseball.
Happer writes, welcome to the Big East. And then he also wrote Jay's. And he is a guy who thought of slice as pizza. J-Man says he thinks of it as pie. And then J-Man also adds, Nick eating his Patriot Supply watching Victory Plus. Very on brand. All right. So a slice of college baseball is here.
That was
back.
a big
So we will
slice.
do this every Tuesday.
Yep.
Next week, Michael Severe will be here on Tuesday.
Oh,
I can't wait to see what he says to Nick
you will love it.
I only
that
want
is-
to be here on Tuesdays.
that
That's
is-
all.
when we do great bits.
Mhm.
Speaking of great bits, Michael Brunts joins us when we return. Perhaps a baseball question coming Brunts' way.
Whoa.
Yeah. Get
Will he
ready,
knock
Brunts.
it out of the park?
Also, we'll talk about Bill Moos and basketball and football and stuff.
Yeah, why not?
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7 Sports. He writes there, he podcasts there, he podcasts on YouTube, and he asks Nick questions about Formula One off the air. Bruntz, what has happened to you?
I was just asking around. I'm like old now, so I got to figure out what my TV setup is.
How do I switch to HDMI 2? What does that even mean?
He said I've got to link some kind of account to some kind of other subscription thing, and I was like, I don't know if I can do that.
Oh, these are dispiriting words, Bruntz, but we power through, and so that's what we'll do. Hey, before we get to Nebraska stuff, and there's many things to discuss, you are the foremost watcher of the Mountain West that I know, of anyone that I know and that I follow on Twitter. It's basically Bruntz and Chris Vanini who watch the Mountain West. And I guess Roger.
We have a watch party.
You do.
Nice.
Exactly. I knew it.
Is that on Victory Plus?
North Dakota State. Thoughts on them going to the Mountain West?
Yeah, it's I like it. It's like a little bit more adrenaline for the late night football. I don't hate it. I look forward to the folks in Fargo making the trek out to Hawaii for an 11 p.m. Central kickoff out there.
Hell yeah!
So, I don't know. I'll be interested to see how everything kind of works out, because I mean, for maybe this is too simplistic, but I mean, it's kind of like Wyoming in some ways, with the offense they run and stuff. And I'll be eager to see how that plays with some of the more wide open offenses that are out there, which it doesn't necessarily make for aesthetically pleasing football, but it makes for fun football. And I don't know. I like that they finally made the jump. I'm curious to see if anybody else decides that they want to join up as well.
Yeah, Bruntz, that's kind of my follow-up then too. So I think there's going to be a lot of people that buy into the NDSU college football playoff, like hype train, that they could be one of the group of 5 right away. Are you on that train, or do you think it's like pump the brakes and let's see how this works first?
Yeah, I think you maybe want to pump the brakes a little bit. I don't know. I mean, making that jump, basically right away without kind of having the time to build up your roster is kind of interesting. I'll be curious to see, how they adapt to things. Cause I don't know. I mean, it's just a different style of football, I think, than maybe what they're using. I mean, some of those, like Hawaii was playing San Jose State last year, and it was like 7-on-7. And so I don't know, how that translates. I'm sure North Dakota State's probably going to, bludgeon some people on the ground as well. But I don't know. It's always it has felt like for a while, it's like, well, what if NDSU jumps? How good can they be right away? I guess we're going to find out. So maybe it helps them too that they're going into a conference that's just a bunch of new teams right out of the gates too. So maybe that actually works in their favor a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Michael Bruntz joining us, Husker 24/7 Sports. Let's talk some Skurs, Bruntz. Much to the chagrin of Nick, I'm not going to start with baseball. Tonight's game, Nebraska and Purdue. Is it safe to say that while like a win doesn't guarantee anything about the location of Nebraska in the NCAA tournament, that a win tonight does almost as much as you could hope for in terms of scooching Nebraska closer and closer to ending up in either Oklahoma City or St. Louis, because it is certainly their last like great win in the regular season on paper, at least, I guess, depending on what happens with Iowa to finish the season. And that in a way, it's almost boxing them out a little bit too, since they're a Midwestern team.
Yeah, it's a big one for a number of reasons. I mean, I think the location part of it, I'd need to check. Where's UCLA in the net right now? Because that would be the only other potential, like, at least on paper, big win for them, because they go out there later in the season. But
they are 38.
38. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, and it's, I mean, everybody's so focused on the tournament and seeding and all that other stuff. I mean, Nebraska's still kind of right in the thick of it for, the conference race right now too. I mean, that's kind of an important piece of this one as well. Is getting another win against kind of the top crust of the Big Ten to keep pace there, and the schedule with the way it breaks. I mean, Nebraska really does kind of have the easiest road into the clubhouse among the teams that are in the top 4 or 5 in the league. So it's a big one. And I your point too. I mean, I saw some of the projections today even had Nebraska boxed off the 2 line and into a 3 seed with Kansas winning last night and taking over a 2 seed from Nebraska. So it's a big one. And with locations and things like that, I mean, if it's a matter of Kansas or whomever in the Midwest, I mean, at least you have 2 options close by where you could potentially go there if you do end up as a 2. But it's big, and it's also, I think, I don't know, perception wise, is it kind of important for Nebraska nationally to kind of feel like, hey, you lost to a good Michigan team and a good Illinois team, but you can beat up on a good Purdue team too. I mean, maybe there's kind of that, just kind of the kind of narrative type stuff out there about, Nebraska kind of has its mojo back after those 2 losses in a row.
So, Bruns, looking at KenPom, Purdue 10th and Nebraska 12th, the line has Nebraska by 2. Is that a PBA bump enough for you? Because basically that's saying if you play this at a neutral site, it almost kind of leans towards Purdue. Is that how you're perceiving the game, or do you think that there is more advantage actually for Nebraska with the home crowd behind them as well?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of been tracking the metrics throughout the season for like what ESPN's BPI and what KenPom says on that game, and it's for a long time, I think, kind of been 2 or 3 weeks been seen as kind of a coin flip type game. I mean, I'm sure you're getting a little bit of a built-in bump since it's at PBA. Do you get enough of a bump? I mean, is PBA kind of your run-of-the-mill home type atmosphere? No. Like, I mean, I think it's probably worth maybe a couple more points than your traditional place, but I don't know. I mean, I think this is going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, it's 2 teams that don't turn the ball over a ton. Purdue certainly can make you pay if you don't rebound well. It's something that Nebraska is going to have to do. But, I do think, I would say of any game on Nebraska's schedule right now, I mean, this would probably be the one that would be too close to call, with maybe the exception of like that road game at Iowa, just based on how they've kind of played. But that's more location for me than anything. But I do think PBA is worth a little bit more in a game like this than what it would be at kind of your traditional place.
Michael Bruns joining us, Husker 24/7 Sports. Bruns, we talked about the Bill Moos stuff yesterday. We talked about it a little bit earlier on today's show. And the question that I had at the start of the discussion was like, what do we do with this? Because a lot of it, the stories, I mean, some of the stories with Nebraska go back to 2017. His most recent story would go back to 2021, given that was when his time here came to an end. What do we do with all of this, given that it is certainly interesting, but it is also one man's point of view? And, I mean, he's definitely trying to paint himself in a very flattering light of everything that unfolded, or at least at the very least with, like, revisionist history.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a memoir, and you do get the benefit of kind of setting the tone in a favorable way whenever you're writing your own. So
yeah,
he does have that. What do you do with it? I don't know. I mean, I think anybody that's paid close attention to Nebraska athletics over the last 15 years, that there's been some questionable leadership and some decisions that kind of left you scratching your head a little bit before Bill Moos and after Bill Moos. But there's a couple things that were in there that, I saw on social media on 1620 The Library. And I did think that, the piece to me that's interesting is like the Big 12, Big 10 stuff.
Yeah.
Like when you kind of look at that, and certainly with the benefit of hindsight, which I guess we're all getting now with the memoir coming out, I just don't see how at the time that was even thought of as like a financially prudent or like forward-looking move. And that was probably the most scary out of anything, out of what was on there. Just kind of looking at the way that college athletics have changed in the last 5 years and what that would have meant for Nebraska. So I don't know. I mean, it's good for kind of discussing things. It kind of certainly puts that time, which was definitely interesting with the Frost hire and COVID and everything else, in a little bit more context. But I'll be interested to see if anybody else that was mentioned in that book has any thoughts on what was written, because I mean, I'm sure that some of the conversations weren't verbatim how they were presented there.
Bruns, do you have a favorite starter you're excited to see for this weekend for Husker baseball?
Yeah. Carson Yassa.
Okay. I didn't think you'd go there.
You didn't think I'd go there?
No, I thought you might go Katsky.
Oh, I'm eager to see what Yassa looks like, and here's why. 6'6", right-hander. Fastball has been touching 99 miles an hour so far this spring. And I think when you kind of look at his career arc at Nebraska, I mean, he showed up as a extremely raw kid from Colorado that could throw really hard, to the point that Nebraska, would be very selective about when he would face live hitters, because there was some question about where the ball was going and whether or not somebody would get hurt having to stand in there and try to take cuts against him. He's worked at it for a couple of years. He went to the Cape Cod League over the summer, had a good summer out there. When you kind of look at X factors that for this roster and kind of where Nebraska can go. I mean, I think Ty Horn has the ability to pitch like a top 3 round draft pick. If Carson Yassa is pitching well and up to his potential, he's right there with Ty Horn. So I'm kind of eager to see how that looks. I saw him pitch in the fall in the Red-White series, and it sounds like in practices he's looked pretty good, but we'll see how that translates this first weekend. I mean, it's hard to kind of overstate how much of a just kind of a wild card he is and what Nebraska can be this season. So that's what I'm eager to see.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7 Sports. Bruns, it's so weird that baseball is starting and the weather isn't cold. Like I know that's like actually an oxymoron. Normally baseball starts and you think of warm weather, but college baseball should start when there's snow on the ground, and yet it's like really nice outside and it's going to get even nicer. It's kind of a bummer that they don't have a home series this weekend.
Well, it just means that first home series will have terrible March weather.
Absolutely.
It's like a guarantee.
This is the season of college baseball. It's warm up here for the first 2 or 3 weekends that they're in Arizona or wherever else in the South. And then the second you get like South Dakota State opening at Haymarket Park on a Wednesday in March, it's going to be about 37 degrees and just miserably cold. Guys eating soup in the dugout, that kind of stuff. So you can set your watch to it. I mean, I'm sure that the cold weather's coming back, so get ready for that.
Yeah, see, but they don't have a midweek game next week. The early forecast, 71 degrees.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yep, but they'll be somewhere else, and you're right. When they return to Lincoln, it's going to be 10 degrees, and their bats will explode when they hit a baseball.
Yeah, it's going to be like mitten season there.
Yeah, indeed. Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7 Sports, will be covering the baseball team all year long. Bruns, we appreciate your time as always. Have a great week. Enjoy the Olympics.
Yeah, I will. Lots of cross-country skiing to watch.
Oh, yeah. Take care, Bruns.
All right, see you guys. Yep.
Thanks, Bruns.
Speaking of that, we were talking about it before the show. There was this guy who was doing cross-country skiing, and he was finishing up a hill, and he was doing a sub-6-minute mile, which in the snow and with the skis, I can't imagine that guy's quads, which led to us having a large discussion about VO2 max.
Yes, yeah.
Good times.
I got to use part of my college degree that I haven't
You
used in
did,
a long time.
and then you were telling me that I could get tested for free, you think, and now I really want to try this out.
yeah.
I want to find out what my actual VO2 max is.
I'll see if I can set something up.
All right,
I'll see
perfect.
what I can do. Maybe you have
Content.
to go to Kearney for it.
Oh, drive 3 hours and
Yeah.
then drive 3 hours back?
Then it's not free.
That's true. That's a lot of money. That's a couple gas or a gas tank. It'd be a gas tank.
It is a gas tank.
All right, when we return, Nebraska basketball mentioned it. So Bruns brought up Kansas. Wanted to talk about their win last night because now it is time, if you are a Nebraska fan, to pay attention to like everything, but in a fun way, not in the, oh man, will that team lose so they could be off the bubble? But more, oh no, Kansas won. They could take a spot in Oklahoma City. That ain't good. So we'll talk about Nebraska and Purdue when we return. So many more things in regards to that. We have the super hot take market coming up, which is very exciting. All right, you didn't say
I'm pretty
anything.
nervous.
I
Yeah, I'm
bet
pretty
you are.
nervous.
You often are. Surprisingly, Nick, no hot takes yet from Austin. Usually he's like,
I kind of burned through him yet.
I think we should blow up the moon. And it's like, no, Austin, save that for the hot take market. And then we get there and you're like, I like cheese. And it's like, all right, well, never mind that. Wasn't that hot of a take. Wasn't that hot of a take. Steve Sipple as well as we roll on. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Tuesday. John is, if you're wondering, where's John? You haven't mentioned John.
I've replaced him.
He is... It's our new co-host, Austin Jacobson.
The Gen Z takeover continues.
All those people with their aluminum tinfoil hats, they were right the entire time.
They nailed it.
Pretty soon we'll make you produce and I'll sit in that chair.
All right, nobody.
Baseball all day.
Baseball all the time.
Oh, what did I? Oh, our new boss is on line one, Nick. You are bye-bye.
Line one isn't even ringing, idiot.
Damn it. But we will have those things and more as we return. Oh, John is going to Chicago.
Yes.
I was like, where did this
we
come
probably
from?
should have finished
Yeah,
that loop.
John is going to Chicago. He's probably there already. Get ready for Creighton and DePaul. That game coming up tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Shoot around begins at 6:30. 6. You're doing the old 90-minuter. About damn time. Bringing that back. I had to walk those miles. Now you have to walk those miles.
I love me and, well, I think it'll be Jake hanging out.
That's right.
And you know what? Guess what? Here's a
Joey's not
exclusive.
allowed to do the late ones
You
anymore.
ready for this?
Ooh.
We're going to have an interview with one Creighton baseball coach as well.
But it's Blue Jay shoot around, not Blue Jay batting practice around.
Well, you know.
That reminds me. You're now the new co-host or the new host of Blue Jay BP.
No, I am not. Nick, I think that I'm going to say a bad word to you off the air.
Oh,
So
no.
Let's get to that so I can do so next on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimmett on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Steve Sipple in less than an hour. We'll have the hot take market coming up in the 4 o'clock hour as well.
By the way, just the whole stuff with the Bill Moos book coming out.
Yeah.
I know some people were speculating, oh, maybe it was ghost written. I am very comfortable saying I'm pretty sure this was not a ghost written book.
Well, I mean, I agree with you there. I think what it sounds like is, I'm trying to go to his website, Happer and Schaefer. They were talking about it today. I don't remember where they read about it on the website, that it's published with something, and it sounds, I mean, it really sounds like AI is what it sounds like. Let's see. I'm trying
to explain why all the pillins are misspelled.
I mean, yes. And also, want a more in-depth look at my history? The phone number is 001234567890. Did you notice that yesterday?
I didn't. Do you think he was dictating into an AI program and then it compiled it for him?
So that, I mean, that's, gosh, I wish I could find it. Where Happer saw that. There was like the publishing house, basically, it was like, oh, that's weird. It sounds so specific to,
like the Bill Moos Crab Creek Publishing House.
I mean, you say that, Nick, and you're kind of joking, but it kind of was like one of those. Maybe it was on Amazon that they saw that. I'll see if I can find it. Maybe I can't. Storybridge Agency. By the way, this book is number 1 in football biographies right now on the Kindle store.
That's got to be
so
short-lived here.
All right, so Storybridge. At Storybridge Agency, we take your scattered notes, vivid ideas, or half-written chapters and turn them into books that hold weight in the real world.
That sounds AI.
Fiction or nonfiction, memoir or manual, our editors, marketers, and illustrators know the unspoken rules of the publishing and writing world like no one else. And then it has a bunch of check marks. Editorial services that reshape, refine, and ready your book. Publishing support across digital and print platforms, studio quality audio book production.
Moose's book would have been better as a picture book.
It would have been better.
Or a comic.
So
that's reading the letter, Dear Mr. Moose.
Yeah, everyone was like, yeah, I think Steve Sipple ghost wrote this. He absolutely did not. Steve
Don't
Sipple,
insult Sipple like that.
Exactly. Sipple is
I'll ask him.
He is there you go. He is a much better writer than whatever we saw.
And then the way some of those stories are told, it does very much to me sound almost like he was dictating it and then it was written from that.
Let's talk some hoops, though.
Hoops.
Though Baymont says 700 words is definitely weighty. 700 pages is definitely weighty. Yeah. J-Man, I'm with Nick. More AI slop. Nick loves AI slop. Could I get more, please? Could I get more, please? Let's talk hoops. So, mention it going into break. Last night's Kansas-Arizona game, down to the wire. Great game. Arizona's leading like the whole time pretty much, and then Kansas takes the lead. And from all reports from people who are there, they were like, who have been kind of jaded in that they cover basketball and they've been to a million games. They were like, man, I've been at this arena many times. Tonight's one of the great nights in terms of atmosphere.
I mean, even from the beginning to the end, it looked like very, very, like, the entire crowd, and you don't get this at a lot of college venues now, that crowd was like locked in for the entire game, which is kind of hard to do.
Yeah, it definitely is. And so it's so interesting that game happened last night, the night before. And I said this earlier to Bruns, and he asked the question about UCLA and where they are at. So I'm looking at Bart Torvik right now. Purdue is 9th on Bart Torvik. UCLA is 38th. Iowa is 20th. So, like, there are still good teams remaining.
Yes.
They play Iowa twice. Both of those are quad 1 games because of where they fall. Certainly the one on the road is a quad 1 game. But this on paper is the best team that they will play the rest of the regular season.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to say like this is their last great chance to get one of these wins.
I mean, I would argue that it's not their most important game left on the schedule.
You think it's one of the Iowa games?
I think it's the road game at Iowa.
You think it's road game?
I think so.
Because it's a road game and those are given a little bit of extra weight.
Well, not only that, but also it feels like the closest to the environment in which you're going to have to go somewhere to probably play like a tournament. Like the standard of what this team is playing up, this team being Nebraska basketball, for what they are trying to play for at this point is not, you know, the middle February game that's going to be against a top 15 team in Purdue at home. It's got to be, can you prove it on the road in an environment that you haven't had a lot of success in? And can you go and win there?
So, okay, interesting you say that because I've been essentially ruminating on this thought all morning, and that is like, this game is obviously important. And I think the fact that it's 24 hours after the Kansas-Arizona game is also really interesting because as I joked last segment, Nebraska is not fighting for a bubble spot. They are fighting for a top 2 or 3 seed. And what comes with that is looking at all of the other Midwestern teams and trying to find who is going to box one of the others out so they don't end up in Oklahoma City or St. Louis. Because if that happens, certainly like a huge component in a month and a week for Nebraska basketball is going to be their ability to go somewhere and have thousands of Husker fans.
Yes.
Especially if it's at one of those 2 spots. If they play in Oklahoma City or if they play in St. Louis, I mean, you're talking about like home court advantage type stuff. If they end up in Buffalo or they end up in San Diego or they end up in Portland, going to be a little bit different.
Yep.
And so I'm with you. Like there are still other important games. This one though has a lot of extra oomph. It's last year Purdue runs them off the floor. Of course, 2 years ago, a very famous game, Nebraska gets their first ever win over a number 1 team in the country. And I would say this, Austin, I'm curious as to what you think about it. This is Nebraska's last game this year. I think we would agree on this, against an actual Big Ten contender. I know that there are, distance right now there is between the top of the league and Purdue. And I here's the question that I'll ask you. Do you need to see Nebraska pick up a win against a team like this, given what happened against Michigan and Illinois? Or are you like, no, I don't, because those were shortened versions or lesser versions of Nebraska, given the Frager injury and then the rink mass sickness? Like, do you need to see that tonight?
There are different versions of how the game ends up that make you feel differently, right? Because if Nebraska loses 3 straight to teams that are ranked inside the top 15 and the Purdue game doesn't look pretty, then you have more questions. In the chance of you not asking me, but asking the national audience, this is Nebraska's last national televised broadcast before the very end of the regular season at home against Iowa.
And when you say national television, so you're talking about like not a non-BTN.
Yes, so it's
right?
FS1, and then the rest of their games are on the Big Ten Network until they play
Iowa on Fox, on Big Fox.
That's it. That's all that you have. So again, exactly what you were just saying. Like, it is this national perception. I was listening to a show earlier today, a college basketball podcast, where they were talking about which teams can win national championships. And Nebraska is ranked higher on Bartovic, on KenPom, in AP polls, and every kind of different metric on teams that they ranked. And they included Kansas as teams that could win 6 in a row. And they purposely went out of their way to say Nebraska cannot win a national championship.
Interesting.
I'm actually not in the. I do think Nebraska can contend, and I think they could win 6 in a row to go that far. This is a big test to see why, but it is that national perception. Because, so let's say you do go, and I said one of the more important games coming up is Nebraska at Iowa. That game's on Big Ten Network. Not everyone's going to be tuned into that game on a Tuesday at 8 o'clock that late in Central Time, right? But they are going to be tuned in for 6 o'clock tonight on FS1. It's probably going to be the talk of whatever happens in college basketball
I was
morning.
going to say this is the biggest game tonight.
So if you win this one and move forward, you get a lot of big bumps in national perception. And that can be huge, especially in moving the needle on, okay, a little bit seating here, or you kind of move the line this way. That can make a big difference on your location of where you're going.
And the other thing, too, is given what happened with them a couple of weeks ago, like this is that chance, certainly the last name brand regular season team that they will play, I guess, depending on how you're viewing UCLA basketball in the year 2026.
Right. Yeah.
But like, this is a team that played for a national championship game a couple years ago in Purdue that has a lot of equity built up. And like, I am not in the doubting area with them. A couple weeks ago, I thought that you played as well as you could have, especially with that short of a roster, against Michigan in a top 5 matchup without wit. Like, I'm not a moral victory guy, but that is like one of the few that I'll be like, I will hear you if you want to be for this game, right? Yeah. Illinois less so, but Illinois at the time was on quite the heater, and it made sense, especially given just what had been going on with rank, and that was the first game back for Frager. Though it's not like he played poorly, he just wasn't the same type of attacking player that he was. Like, I like that now tonight. It's everybody's healthy, they're coming off of a win again. They're back at home, top 15 team. Like, I think I'm with you. I think that they could go on a nice lengthy winning streak inside of the NCAA tournament. I don't need that. I know if I need to see them win tonight to definitively believe that. But I will say, after what happened 2 weeks ago, yeah, it'd be nice, right? It'd be nice to pick up another one of these wins, because if you look up and down the season at and rank the best wins or the wins that hold the most weight for you, they are now. How far back are we going? Are we going
Illinois on the road?
So that's 3 months old, or that's 2 months old, and then Michigan State is a month and a half old. And so basically, the argument I'm making is it's been a while. Like, that's not to take away from, they kicked the crap out of Oregon. They kicked the crap out of Minnesota. Like, they were beating teams by a lot that they should have beaten by a lot. But this would be a nice win because it would be like, oh yeah, they were doing that earlier in the year, and now they did it again.
And then to merge kind of both things that we're talking about as well, you do it on the national audience, you beat Purdue, and let's say you handle Purdue. Like, Nebraska just dominates front and back end. They're 2-point favorites and they win by 12 or whatever, something like that. Just this ultimate perfect storm and scenario and whatnot. Nebraska probably doesn't storm the floor. You still get like all the, big news and everything. And you're kind of the talk of college basketball. You take that away from Kansas on the Monday, and everything that you were saying about like Nebraska fans having to look down the road and be like, okay, well, what's going to happen in Lawrence? Like, are they going to keep winning and stuff? You don't have to worry about that because all of the energy momentum that they built up goes your direction once again, because then people point out the same things. They go, look at these wins in December and January.
And that's the thing. This is like, I think, a proof of concept with the wins that they had earlier in the year. Doug and Ido hits on something. He says, Nebraska needs to beat Purdue for a chance at the 2 seed. I don't know that I agree with that, but I will say this. If they beat Purdue, I think that you can start feeling really good about that possibility because this was, after the Illinois game, you looked up and down the schedule and you were like, all right, put these games, the easy games into one bucket, put the hard games into another. This is the first of that stretch of the hard games. It's Iowa twice, UCLA, and then I guess depending on how you want to view USC, just given that it's a cross-country trip, right? And then everything else is in the other side of like, you can't even fathom a loss to it because it would be such a bad loss that it probably will knock you down a peg. Tonight would be really nice because that's why I asked that question of Bronze. Like, do you feel like you can really start honing in on the Midwestern locales? Like, I already have an Airbnb booked in both St. Louis and in Oklahoma City. And so don't have to pay for it for a while.
Very nice.
And so locking that down and knowing what's going on in that regard tonight, that would be quite the feather. It would suddenly fit in with those other good wins. Because like, it's funny as we're talking this out. Again, I think you and I are in agreement. They're a good basketball team.
Yeah.
It's just been a while since they beat a team of this caliber, not to their own doing. I mean, yeah, they did lose to Illinois. They did lose to Michigan. But it's not like they're on this heinous streak of, man, every time they play a good team, they lose. No, there was 2 games in a week. And otherwise, they just haven't played anybody of this level since Michigan State, again, on January 2nd, so a month and a half ago.
And also, again, if they lose, as long as they don't get completely worked over at home by Purdue, I don't think anyone's going to discredit their, 3 losses that they would have. They'd be like, okay, well, Purdue's not exactly to the height of the Boilermakers' usual powers, but they're still a pretty good team.
I think that would probably be the biggest bummer. It's like, rats. Like, they beat Illinois, who is one of the best teams in the country. They smoked Wisconsin. Wisconsin's playing much better basketball. Yes. They came back against Indiana, who has been not 6-7, but they've just been a little inconsistent. Who am I forgetting in there? Creighton has obviously had their warts, and they beat Michigan State, who just beat Illinois. So it's like they already have really good wins. They have wins that are better than Purdue. They have wins over teams that are better than Purdue. And so I think 2 things. One, if they win this game, they are still squarely in the Big Ten title race. And I think, too, if they lose, they're not. I think that's done. And so how much? I mean, it'd be cool. I don't think they're going to win the Big Ten, but if you want to keep that hope alive, with a way more manageable schedule than the rest of the top contenders have, because all of their tough games were front-loaded, except for Iowa twice. Like, that would be the nice part about getting a win tonight.
What a win tonight also gets you is it gives you a lot of grace moving forward through the rest of your schedule, because a lot of people have already circled, especially that California trip, being like, you go 1-1 in there, you're probably good.
And that's just because of the travel.
Right.
It's less about the opponent.
Listen, if you lose one of those games, but yet you beat Purdue, I don't think anyone's going to discredit for you doing that. But you lose to Purdue, you lose one of those games, people will scratch their heads a little bit and just go, maybe you should have went 2-0 against teams you're better than.
And again, like, I think we're arguing with straw man. But like, if you win tonight, I don't think that you can look at the schedule and say, like, there's a reason they will probably lose again, right? Like, I'm not going to say that they will win tonight and go undefeated.
It's hard to win.
But if you can win this one, there's no reason you can't win all the other ones. And so I think you're looking at a 27-4 at worst, and maybe a 28-3 regular season if they win tonight.
And I think another thing that we've kind of skirted around it, but it is definitely true. The Big Ten is getting a lot of credit for how good and how deep it is this year. Nebraska is a big reason why for that too.
Yes.
You're not going to be bumped as far down if you lose to an Iowa team that doesn't have a number next to the ranking, because the rest of college basketball understands how good Iowa actually
Ball knowers like me, we know how good Iowa is.
Yeah, exactly.
Certainly the analytics love them. We saw, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, we saw Rink Mask get off the schneid the other day. Do you want to see, or do you need to see that from Frager tonight? Because he's come back, certainly didn't play very well against Rutgers. He was knocking down shots against Illinois, but as I mentioned a couple minutes ago, the attacking was not there. Like that. Why did Nebraska level up from mid-December through his injury. In my opinion, it was because of his ability to knock down threes, but also his ability to get inside the paint. And to honestly, he was dunking a lot too. His finishing was really, really nice inside. We haven't seen that in the 2 games since he returned from injury.
Yeah.
So when I start thinking about players that I'd like to see have a really nice performance, he is the guy that comes to my mind first. Like Saturday was very much about Rinkmast. He needed to play better. You needed to feel good about him again, and I think you do. I think tonight's about Frager. Can he do that? Also, given how good Purdue is, how good Braden Smith is, etc., I think you want to see that tonight.
I don't know. I've had this feeling since yesterday when I woke up. I actually feel like it's a Price Sanford nuclear warhead game.
Hello.
I really think so. Well, so look back at his couple of last games. I'm just going strictly off points. I know that obviously you can go into the shooting logs and everything. Against Oregon, when Nebraska arguably had probably their most dominant performance of the season, scored 28, 22, 23, 22, 20 in the loss to Michigan, 14 in the loss to Illinois, 15 on the road at Rutgers. I think he's not only due for one, but I think there's been so much, as you're saying, like there's been a lot of conversation with the Rinkmast of it all, with the Braden Frager of it all. Like they've gotten a lot of the spotlight. Bryce Sanford is still the best player on this team.
I agree.
And if he does go 22 or more, Nebraska wins.
Yeah, the difference between this team and the last handful of teams, or every team maybe ever, is just their ability to get such quick points where a game that is, hey, Nebraska's up by 1. Oh my gosh, they're suddenly up by 9 because Price knocked in 2 threes and Rink finished at the rim. And it's like they can score so fast because it just doesn't take that much for him to get open. He doesn't need a whole lot of space. And the release, I mean, we talk about it all the time. The quickness in that release, it is such he is a weapon as a shooter. Mm-hmm. He is also a weapon because it doesn't take him that much to get his shot up, which there was a play watching the game on Saturday where Bearcat caught it and it was just like, go up. And he just didn't go up. And it's like, go, like what separates a good interior player from like a fine interior player from a bad interior player, I think is often that quickness of catching the ball and actually going up strong versus I got to put it on the ground first, or I got to do a little fake pump fake.
Resettle.
Yeah. You know who doesn't have to do any of that? Price Sanford.
Yep.
Shooting a 3.
And I'll be very interested tonight too, because just the dynamic that comes with everything at PBA and whatnot. But if you get a favorable whistle as well, which a lot of Nebraska basketball fans will always feel like that no whistle is ever favorable for them.
Correct.
But if they do start to get a couple of those calls and things do snowball out of Purdue's way, how quickly does that continue to roll in Nebraska's favor? And can they take advantage of it? Because there will be times when PBA is going to be rocking, Price, Frager, Rink, they're going to hit some shots, they're going to get on a scoring run. Can Purdue recover from that? That, I think, is going to tell what happens in those 40 minutes.
Chance writes, did someone say warheads?
I did.
You did. He was talking about the candy, I think.
No, I was saying
not
nuclear
99
warheads.
loose balloons.
Yeah.
No, Nick, that's a song about balloons that are red.
Oh, I hate that song.
What?
It's one of the worst songs I've ever
What?
heard. 99 Red Balloons?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
What about in its original mother tongue?
It sounds
sure.
great in German.
I'm sure it is.
Eins, zwei, drei.
Yeah.
Josh loves German media.
Yeah, you guys seem to be really big. Build a wall, put it up. That's what you guys are all about.
Over. Terry wants to chime in. He wants to add his thoughts, hopefully not to this conversation, but to the Nebraska conversation.
Hey, Terry Bear.
Terry, what's going on?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, just real quick. I think, I don't know, as you look at the NCAA, even the Big Ten, a lot of times what happens during the season, the injuries of a really good player happens right around tournament time, where all of a sudden they're gone. I'm just hoping that the injury bug for Nebraska is done with.
Yeah.
So these guys can get rocking again. And the other thing is, man, I'll just be honest with you. Hoiberg, man, at point guard, he just knows where to get it to. And, I know we've talked about that all year, but that's just been I think the biggest surprise of the year on this team. And, hey, go Huskers, man. I think they're going to beat Purdue tonight by 15.
By 15. Thank you for the call, Terry. That would help
Terry.
the advanced numbers. You know how
I'm interested to see. Sorry, but
you're
if Hoiberg's he talked a little bit about it yesterday, yesterday during his press conference, but that ankle's completely good. He played well on it and everything, but I know he was asked. You have to talk about it. Like the way he answered it though, I was a little interested to be like it wasn't directly like a no, I'm 100% I'm good. Like it was like You're getting a little too in
I
detail.
missed it. I missed the start of the game live, so I was listening to it, and whatever the announcer said, hey, ankle injury, and I'm serious. I was like, oh no,
Yeah.
like that was my first reaction. Like, no,
Yes.
not again.
I was walking the dog, and I was out at Prairie Lane Park, and I was just like walking around to hear Kent just be like, no.
Yeah,
and you're like,
it's like not again.
Is the season over again?
You know, he is. There's that. There's like people that it's like it's your favorite whatever's favorite whatever. He is the basketball coach's favorite player. Like every damn game, every coach on the opposition talks about how much they love him. They love Sam Hoiberg, and he's been so vital. Again, I'm going to say a phrase that I've been saying a lot this year. What makes this team so different is, and then we can have a million things. One of the things is their ability night to night for this person to be the best player and this person to be the best player and this person to score the most points. But man, there's always him. Like Sam is always there doing something. Maybe he's not scoring, but he is getting rebounds. Like he's getting rebounds. He's mixing up. He's certainly getting passes. He is absolutely taking the ball away from the opposition. He's been able to do it all year long.
That's what makes it so interesting, that if he is not 100%, he is the most important player on that team. And so, yes, you've won without Rink. Yes, you've been able to win without Frager. You've been able to do some things and play well in different opportunities. But listen, if Sam's not up to 90%, like what is that percentage that he can still play, but it affects him enough that it's, not completely able to go.
Sonny says, what's going to get under my skin the most in this game? If it happens we get down to the 10-minute mark in either half and I look at the foul total and it says Nebraska 9 fouls, Purdue 2 fouls.
That's what and listen, the Big Ten does not have a favorable whistle for Nebraska when they've been on the road. The Illinois game, it does feel like they're kind of owed one. And so if the Big Ten's like, hey, listen, why don't you just have this big win?
I have to imagine Arizona fans were watching that game last night thinking the same thing, because I remember it was like the last minute and Kansas was shooting free throws, and it was like Kansas 28 free throws, Arizona 12. And it was like, oh, okay, there you go. I bet their fans like, we can't go into the fog and do this. How about the fact, where was it at? Doug and Ida brought it up. First time in KU history that they beat a number one team at the Fog.
Yeah.
Kind of wild considering how good they've been over the decade.
To be fair, they've also been the number one team many times. So
many times.
Kind of hard to be the number one team when you are the number one team.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Wow. So you say actually not that cool of a fact.
I'm just saying. It's
a less fun fact, says Austin.
It's one of the
He says you're actually really dumb, Josh.
It wasn't me. It was Doug and Idaho.
Yeah.
You're the one who read it, though.
It's also one of those arguments, too. It's just like, Ohio State has one of the easier Big Ten football schedules this year. It's like, well, because
they don't have to play themselves?
Yeah, exactly. So
maybe they should, Nick, if they thought about that.
Ooh.
They should do that.
Gosh, we love football, don't
Those are
we?
fun photos over there, Nick.
I was going to say we love football, but God, everyone kind of hates football right now. You bring up football and they say, stop talking about it. Leave me alone. I want to hear more about hoops.
So if Matt Rule makes an appearance in the game, are people going to be upset about that?
Boo!
I think people will. I think they might. Like true Husker basketball heads will be kind of upset.
Well, it's like the dunk contest a couple weeks ago. People were triggered.
That was a visceral reaction. Like the minute that got announced, people were upset.
Yeah, stop it. And then they were up and then they lost. Tough look. So that is Nebraska and Purdue. We'll pick the game coming up in content later on. Still to come this hour. You know what? Let's get to it next. Super hot take.
Oh, are you sweating, Austin?
I have been sweating all day. This is a hot office in here.
It is quite toasty.
To be warm.
Yeah, that is very true. We'll get to the hot take market. And I said, I think I have a take that might be the hottest we have ever had.
Like a nuclear take?
Like a nuclear bomb will go off inside of the show.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's devastating.
They'd call that fallout.
Goodbye goodbye Dundee. Jeez.
Yeah, but it's
Probably
a
more
tiny
than
nuclear warhead. It's just like
a tiny nuke is still a pretty big nuke.
What if it's like this big? What type of damage would a nuke that's a size of a candy warhead? What would that do?
Well, it's not the size of the nuke. It's the splitting of the atom that makes it dangerous.
But it need to be big though.
Yeah, but you could have like a really big bomb.
But if you had it in the size of a warhead, it can't be as big,
Yeah,
right?
it would.
What?
They just put it in a big bomb.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's the type
Is
of
this a
atom
Nick fact?
It's the type of atom you split that makes the difference.
It's not the ocean, it's the motion of the ocean. Is that kind of what you're saying? It's not the size of the nuke, it's the motion of the ocean.
And Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492.
That guy was racist.
Whoa.
Sorry, I
Like
don't
Matt
celebrate.
McMaster.
I don't sell very much so. We know who celebrates Columbus Day in this studio from 6A to 6B. All right, hot take market next on 1620 The Zone. We got some responses to the hoops convo that we'll get back to in a moment. But first, it's time for the hot take market. Austin, do you have a hot take?
Yeah, I do. I have two, actually. One is sports, one is not. Which would you prefer first?
Not sports.
Not sports? I am actually excited to try the Long John Silver's cheesecake. It's new to the menu. And I always give my friends at LJS all of my open mind. I love what they're doing at LJS. Man, oh man, have they never made a menu item that's ever upset me.
I wonder if it tastes like fried fish.
Well, I'll tell you what, this Lenten season, catch me there on Fridays for the cheesecake and fish.
Oh, man. Nick, any thoughts?
Everything you just said was a brand new sentence.
He said off the air, and I just made a graphic with it. Long John Silver's has cheesecake now. And I was absolutely rolling. That is a hot take. You win.
Yeah, you did it.
You solved the segment.
I'm no longer afraid.
I'm so proud of you, Austin.
Thank you.
Good job.
Wow. All right. Hot take, I believe.
Where's this photo from? How did you...
I searched your name. Did I spell your name right? I think I did, right?
I hope so.
I searched your name, and it was like the 5th photo that showed up. Austin Jacobson.
That is horrific of me. Oh, that's my...
Wow, no, it's like the main photo.
That's insane.
What award did you win?
I was Greek Man of the Year at UNK.
Greek Man of the Year?
Yeah.
Whoa.
And
Okay, maybe
I'm
we
actually
shouldn't be
Irish,
focusing
so-
on McMaster.
Whoa, what do you mean?
Yeah, my
Whoa.
heritage isn't your costume, Austin.
Sorry, just big frat guy.
Yeah.
You couldn't tell by the faux hawk that I was in a fraternity? What the hell,
Nice.
guys? Come
Well,
on
you're in
now.
your mid-20s now.
Thank you.
Yeah, let it go.
Speaking of Greece, the Olympics. Drones at the Olympics are the biggest improvement to broadcasting sporting events in years. Have you been watching any of the games?
No.
So they do the Lindsey Vonn. I know that her leg exploded. I don't mean to laugh at
This is
it.
a great example.
No, but the event itself, the drones are flying and they're making noise. And the angle is ridiculous.
Yes.
I watched this sport and I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. What was the other sport that I was watching that had a drone flying with the athletes? I'm blown away by this stuff. It is so cool. Oh, it was the jumpers. And I'm just like, tight.
Yeah.
This is bad freaking ass.
Yeah, you can make a lot of good money as a drone pilot now.
Oh, 100%, yeah. And it used to just be
man.
like going through buildings and stuff to show off like some cool
Yeah,
stuff. And
FPV.
now
Okay.
you actually get some.
When you said it used to be going through buildings, I thought
Yeah.
you were going in a different direction.
Yeah, war. That's what I thought he was doing too.
War never
Yeah.
changes.
I've been
Nice.
watching the games though, and I think this is tight.
Every time I see a new camera angle in sports, I usually get pretty pumped up about it. Except in volleyball, I hate new camera angles in volleyball.
It's bad. You
Good
don't,
take.
You don't need that front-facing
Yeah.
volleyball.
You know
no
who
one
has
has ever liked that.
No,
Let
you know,
them go
I
back
know
to that.
someone who does.
Why?
Dirk Chatlin.
Why?
I don't know because it shows things.
No,
I don't
what
need to
does
see.
it show?
He's,
He just likes watching the backside.
no. That's
all right,
I-
Dirk.
no, it's. I
Mm.
think he kind of like with me in the drone. He likes it because it shows off the athleticism of it more.
No, but I agree. The Olympics, they've done, I don't know, like how, and obviously the drones are like a big part of it and some of the different camera stuff, but they just like in general, I don't know if they just all met together and they were like, we're going to do this Winter Olympics far differently than we've done other Olympics. Maybe I just didn't pay attention that much in the Summer Olympics. I don't know, but it feels like everything is a little bit newer and refreshed. And I'm really enjoying just like the production of it all.
Nice.
All right. What was your other hot take?
Oh, the Seattle Seahawks, this past Super Bowl champions of Super Bowl 60, I believe are one of the top 3 best teams in NFL history.
Good Lord, show your work.
So their DVOA ranking
I have
going
seen
in.
that.
Yep. So the
Yeah.
DVOA ranking going into the postseason, they were ranked up there with the Los Angeles Rams. Obviously, they beat the Rams
People
too.
forget.
But their victories in not only the divisional round, obviously blowing out the 49ers, but also then beating one of the top-rated teams
The
in
Rams.
the DVOA era. In the Rams helps boost that. And then they took down actually a pretty decently rated DVOA program as well. If you don't know DVOA, it's basically just a
Nerd
rating.
numbers.
Yeah, it's
It's
rating.
like SP Plus for the NFL.
Yes, it's a rating to basically say how much better are you from team to team across like different eras and different basically opponents that you play. Also, their offensive rating, they were top 8 in this past season. Their defensive rating was top 3 across most of the categories. I think that if you put this year's Seahawks team, especially with where they are skilled in most positions, you want to do the head-to-head battle. You want to say who they played, one of the best divisions in football this past season with 3 playoff teams. All of that kind of summarizes to me they played a much bigger gauntlet than we gave them credit for, and they were a much better team than what I think people will perceive them as because they weren't a front runner the entire year.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit last week with Aaron Schatz, the creator and purveyor of DVOA, and how we just haven't viewed them as a historical great team. And I think it comes down to one thing and one thing only, and that's that their quarterback was Sam Darnold.
Yep.
If they did the exact same thing and their quarterback was Patrick Mahomes, I think people would be like, yeah, they're one of the best teams of all time. But because it's Darnold, it's like, yeah, but can the best team ever really have Sam Darnold as their quarterback? Right. What's funny is that, and John and I talked about this yesterday, the best DVOA team in history is the 1991 Washington R-Words, and that was what's his name, Rippin. That's the best team of all time, but they just kicked the crap out of everybody that they played.
I
lose to the Cowboys, though, Nick.
I think I would put them this year, Seahawks, actually more comparable to the 1985 Bears. And now the Bears defense obviously had this huge statistical significance where they are just far and away better than everybody and most defenses that have played. But I almost want to find a way to use the statistic in inflation sense, right? Because modern football statistics are not the same as what the 1980s statistics were.
Much different sport.
I'd almost be curious to see would be comparative to defense and generation to generation. I think that they're actually closer to that if you kind of consider how the team is built and all the other antics that go with it.
Chance writes, everybody get away from the building. A drone is coming. All right. Hot take I could be talked into. We need to stop putting Joe Burrow in the list of top-tier quarterbacks.
Oh.
So every Super Bowl preview that I listened to, it talked about Drake May and how good he has been, though obviously he wasn't good in the playoffs. And it was like, but he has not entered the top tier of Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, and Burrow. And it got me thinking, are we sure that Burrow still belongs in that group? His Super Bowl appearance is now 4 years ago. His last playoff appearance is now 3 years ago. And you're probably saying, well, Josh, he's been injured. And he has been injured. But I don't know. I mean, I like Joe Burrow. That's why I can be talked into it, because I still think he's pretty good. I just don't know if he is an auto top 4 quarterback anymore whenever we're making one of these lists.
And also, why is Stafford not included in that list?
That's a great question.
Matt Stafford is
because he's 100.
Yeah, but he's easily one of the top 4 quarterbacks. And everyone wants to bring up, he's injury prone too. It's he also still played the entire year. There's a difference between a guy who did not physically suit up in their games and play and a guy who's injured and plays in the games and also excels.
Yeah, again, I think he's good. I think Joe Burrow's an awesome quarterback. I just don't know if I would put him in with the top tier guys anymore. That's all I'm saying.
I wonder what Zach Taylor's going to be doing a year from today.
Wow. I don't know. They're cheap. He might still be coaching the Bengals.
Yeah, maybe.
Katie writes in, oh, man, Josh is definitely going Husker grifter media route after March. Already got my Airbnb booked. Buddy, jumping on the bandwagon when they are good for once is a look. I am going down to cover them with Jack Mitchell and Caleb Henry and Mike Schaefer and others.
Big reporter guy?
I will be getting a media pass. I will not be in the stands. No, we'll have regular microphones.
Vertical videos.
Oh, my gosh. What is this?
Put it on TikTok, Josh.
I made some vertical videos today. They're very good. You can watch them on 1620 The Zone TV on our YouTube.
/ OnlyFans.
Nice.
I don't believe we have an OnlyFans.
Don't call me a grifter. I'm just going down to cover them. I'll be doing a lot of the stuff behind the scenes for the club.
Are you providing too much distraction to the team if you go?
Excellent question. Oh, man, that's
Will
Josh.
Will Buchenjel go, that is Turkish teammate Josh.
Don't report on a contract extension for Fred Hoiberg, you jerk. It's not my story to tell. Wow, Bigley writes, Jack Mitchell is the Antichrist.
I've never seen that sentence before.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Creighton fans say it a lot, I think, but otherwise, I would agree with you.
Do you think John Bishop's ever uttered that?
You know what? He probably has.
What is this event called? Because they're cross-country skiing, but they're also shooting an air rifle.
Oh, they're eloping.
I believe it's called the cross-country air gun people. Skiing gun Olympics. Let's see what
I thought they were just skiing, but then I saw a dude shoot the rifle.
Biathlon. They should call this the Second Amendment Bowl. That's what they should call
this. That's actually the Turning Point USA halftime show.
Nice. Gosh, that's another reference to that on the show today. By the way,
I've got a lot of TP USA jokes built in me.
Because you were watching it the other night? God,
I was critiquing it. I just wanted to see what the production value was. Low.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised by that. I heard the lip singing was really
well, it was
good.
also pre-recorded, but
yeah. So yeah, don't call me a grifter. I think I could do that if I tried, but my soul would not allow me to just be like, they're good.
Oh, Bigley doubles down. He says Jack Mitchell is soft, the softest Nebraska ball fan.
Wow, that's kind of mean.
Mm-hmm.
Alex and Lincoln texts into the show, 402-951-1620.
Come on.
Bow.
One time for me.
Hoiberg calling. Indeed. Dave writes, are we sure Mahomes is in the top tier anymore? Have we seen the last 2 seasons? Wow, that's as hot of a take as Austin saying, I'm excited for Long John Silver's cheesecake.
My hot take is I think Travis Kelce is on the downswing.
Wow, that's a hot take.
I know. It's not really a hot take.
No, that isn't even.
That's an Austin
That's not
Jacobson
even a
hot take.
take. That's
Yeah.
a cold take.
He's just done.
The guy who's really old and should retire is bad now. Wow, Nick.
They called me a madman.
Yeah. Yes, you just mastered yourself. John writes in on the text machine, the downhill event with the drone overhead, 65 plus miles per hour is incredible. I could not agree with you more.
They're using it here with the shooty gun ski.
I don't know if there's an Olympic event that I would rather less be involved in than the one where they're going downhill 65 miles an hour and they fly off the side of a mountain and then land. That's insane to me.
Oh, you don't like the ski jump?
No,
it's very
that's
scary.
insane.
Eddie
the Eagle.
Severe texts in. He says,
Severe.
Ray Lewis, Super Bowl Ravens defense. I assume he's talking about 2000, the first one, and 76 Steelers defense, the two best. 2000s Ravens defense, I got to watch them. That is one of my earliest NFL memories. That was like the 5th season I was watching. That defense rocked. They were ridiculous.
And they made Kerry Collins look bad, which is hard to do.
Very difficult to do. On defense, they held the Giants scoreless in the Super Bowl. They just had a kick return for a touchdown. In
that documentary is very funny because the entire Ravens defense gets so upset because the special teams gave up
It
that
ruined
touchdown.
it!
They're so mad about that.
They ruined it. They could have had a shutout. All right, there you go. That is the hot take market.
Good job, Austin.
Thank you.
That was good. Those were wild. I can't get over the Long John Silver's thing. When is it coming out?
I don't know. I don't know. Here, I'll
Big
look this
fan.
up for you. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have it for you coming out of the break.
Maybe Taste Test Wednesday is back. It's never
Holy
been
cow.
more back. All right. When we return, more to come. Also, we have Steve Sipple who will join us in a little bit to talk about a variety of things.
Oh my God, you're gonna hate this.
What?
They're Cheesecake Factory cheesecakes.
Oh, that's not even
Through Long
theirs.
John Silver's.
That's pretend. That's just like we borrowed somebody's food. That's not fair.
That's crazy.
Oh man, come over to my house where Nick has brought something. That doesn't mean anything.
I can make food.
No, the critique is not
Oh.
of you. The critique is I brought you over to eat my food, but it's Nick's.
Right.
That doesn't count.
Oh, apparently they've been doing this for 2 years.
Lots of Ray Lewis jokes now in the chat as well.
It's crazy.
More to come. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, Nick Grimm with you on this Tuesday. It's on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson and
Nice.
Austin Jacobson. Nick Grimm's voice.
Nobody on the stream can hear
as
the
well.
song, so they're just hearing you go.
That's pretty good. So Sportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. 402 says, are you guys excited for the Long John Silver's Big Macs? Yeah, seriously, what are we doing here, Long John Silver's? Man, I've been to one of those in forever. My memories of Long John Silver's are always just walking in and feeling like everything is covered in grease.
Yeah, it feels like the air is coated in grease there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of have that feeling when I go into an Arby's. I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah,
And
but
just,
Arby's
I feel
is
my
good food.
blood thickening when I walk in here.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Although Arby's, every single time I go, it's usually pretty quick service, pretty quick turnaround. So I'm happy about that.
I love the Arby's turkey bacon ranch.
Ooh,
It's delicious.
I've always wanted to get a gyro from Arby's. That sounds like a dangerous health hazard for me, but I'm
try it.
willing to risk
Hey,
it.
you're running long distances. You got to eat.
That is true. People forget that when you do any type of training, you should be eating.
You should.
Yeah.
People are always asking me that, with the amount of miles I run sometimes, like, how do you eat then that much food? I had one person say, like, that sounds disgusting how much food you have to eat. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just kind of used to it.
See, mine's actually the opposite. The reason I got into running and like
'Cause you
weightlifting
wanted
and
to
stuff
eat
is
all the time?
because I can't stop eating. So I'm trying to do the opposite. Where it's like, this gives me the grievance space. Do what I want.
Yeah, today we had some what was it, like a chicken chili soup, so John would be triggered by it. I had that for lunch, and then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna have some chips and salsa as well.
Wow.
I ran 10 miles this morning, so
Yeah, you should.
I was hungry, I was burning hot, so I needed a little food. Tomorrow I got 14. I'll eat some more tonight.
Nice.
Do you walk Banks first or do you
Today it was
run?
after the run.
Okay.
Yeah. It depends. When we start getting into the summer, because he's a black dog, he gets way too hot.
Well,
if
didn't
we
bring a
do
brace, geez.
if I walk him after work, it's basically barring it being a really nice, 70 whatever degree night. It's just way too hot after work. And so I'll wake up and walk him first thing every morning as the sun is rising. I don't like doing that in the winter because when I wake up, it's still dark outside.
And cold.
And cold. Yeah. I know that this has been a mild winter. I'm really ready to be done with it though.
Yeah.
I'm ready for, like, we're in fake spring right now and I'm digging it, and I'm ready for real spring.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Like, I wore shorts the other day. I liked that.
I like fake spring.
You know what? I like shorts.
I can't believe you're pro global warming. That's really big of you.
No, it's just yes, I guess I kind of am in the worst ways. I was saying that like in January. I was like, man, I can't. I'm so pumped that we had one nice day, and Bruce was like, I don't really like it though. And I was like, I know, but can't you, like, I just want to enjoy it a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a touch.
As a treat.
As a treat. I want to wear shorts as a treat.
I wore shorts last time I was here, and everyone was like, "Oh, shorts boy, look at this guy."
Yeah, I wore shorts the last few days. Chance writes, fake spring is concerningly warm. We are going to get absolutely pounded with something. I don't know what we'll get pounded with, Nick, but it's going to be bad. I think snow. We're going to get some snow.
Probably those huge ones you were talking about earlier.
One of the, do you have that as a drop yet, Nick? One of the big ones?
I have it I haven't uploaded it yet.
Jordan says, I'm not racist. I have a black dog. He is indeed a black dog.
I would have voted for Obama a third time.
I would have if I could have. Am I right?
It's one of the most underrated lines, like in all movies, pretty much ever.
I rewatched Get Out very recently. That movie holds up
Did you like
extremely
Nope?
well.
You watch Nope?
I like it more every time I watch it. I think I've seen it 3 or 4 times. It was not what I was
Wow,
expecting
really?
the first time. Yeah,
Okay.
we did it for Movie Club. I saw it in
We did.
theaters. I saw it in theaters again.
Yeah.
And then I know I watched it for Movie Club. There might be another one in there.
How'd you like the football movie he did?
Didn't see that one
him?
because
I
he
haven't watched
didn't.
that
He
yet,
didn't do it. It was he produced it.
Yeah, see, they really fooled people. with
Jordan
that.
Peele.
Yeah.
is a producer.
I got fooled. I got caught.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
Oh, did you
until
go to
right now.
it?
No.
Oh.
But I've been wanting. It's on Peacock now, I think.
Yeah.
It's one of those two where I think my brain has like known that fact for a while because I saw it wasn't as good as what other like of his movies have done. So I'm like, oh, so that must not be his then.
Yeah. He does have a new movie coming out this year. I do not think that it has a release date, and I don't know if it has a name, but he will have a movie this year.
What was his second one again after Get Out?
Us?
Which
I
is
never
available.
saw that one.
Us was fine.
Yeah,
it was good.
that movie is weird.
It's just it's hard when you start with Get Out and then all of your other movies are comparative to that.
Yeah.
Nick, if you wanted to watch Us,
I saw Get Out in theaters. That was great.
Yes.
Oh man, I've seen all of his movies.
I didn't watch it
theaters.
in theaters because I didn't know what it was going to be. So I was a bit.
Somebody I was talking to at the time wanted to see it. I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll tag along. I had no idea what it was.
Yeah.
It was
Us
awesome.
is available on Peacock and available on Paramount Plus. So could do that for Movie Club. I know John's never seen Get Out.
Does anybody have Paramount Plus?
I do.
That you know? You have Paramount?
If you have a
This guy.
24/7 sports subscription, you have Paramount Plus.
Interesting.
It is one of the great perks of American Times.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
See, I'm trying to transition myself away from Disney Plus and Hulu just because I feel like they are I don't know. There's something about buying into all of that I was just like, I just don't need to be part of this anymore. But then everything is on there, so
Yeah,
I don't want
Paramount
to leave.
Paramount
be missing
Plus
out on something.
has a bunch of Comedy Central stuff on it.
It does.
And they have Survivor, which I'm a big fan of.
I was watching old episodes of Tosh.0 the other day. It was awesome.
Gosh, you love
Old
Tosh
episodes
0.
of Tosh.0.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I guess that's every episode of Tosh.0 at this point.
Speaking of things that make me feel young, I started making my own like Pizza Max dunkers at home.
Nice.
Those are electric.
All right, this went Gen Z extremely quickly. I
You've never
apologize.
had a Pizza Max dunker?
I don't even know what those words mean. I know
You
pizza.
know what I'm talking about, right?
I know what HBO Max is.
I've heard of what you're talking. I've never had one, but I've heard. I know
They're
what
basically
it is.
just cheese-filled breadsticks that you
Yeah.
dunk into marinara sauce. It's delicious and carb heavy.
They used to give
I
them
do
to
like
us at
carbs.
school.
Chance writes, him was pretty good. Could have been like 15 minutes longer. Marlon Wayans is great in him. So there you go, Nick. Maybe you could watch that movie.
I don't see a lot of movies where I say this could have been 15 minutes longer.
Yeah, usually it could be
Yeah.
15 minutes shorter.
Yes. Yeah.
Interesting. All right. And that is a segment. When we return,
The name of this segment is just going to be called a segment.
all right.
Nice.
Asian Joe says, when will the winter is over proclamation be coming? Look, you certainly don't want to put that on the board too soon. We are in fake spring right now, but I would love to say that a certain something is done. I will not be doing so. You cannot bribe me.
I just know.
I guess if you want to Venmo me, I'll take your money.
I know because I will have to go out to Lincoln every single day in the next coming weeks for state basketball.
Ooh.
There will inevitably be a snowstorm one of those days.
Definitely.
100%.
Not excited for that. And then Casey Mike's mom says, we are going to get pounded. Say it slower and lick your lips.
I haven't heard from Casey Mike's mom in a minute.
Always great to hear from Casey Mike's mom. And then finally, let's see, Michael Severe
Wow,
text in.
Severe's been very active.
I've never heard a straight man say they loved Survivor. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What is Severe on like an anti-Austin train today?
Well, perhaps. I think we all are.
That's wow.
Just kidding, Austin. I'm having a
Wow.
great time.
I like
tough.
Austin.
So I need to have a very long.
It's me,
segment.
Austin. You know that meme, Nick?
No.
Oh, man,
It's
I'm not
me,
even
Austin?
a wrestling guy. What, you guys don't know this?
Steve Austin?
Yeah. It was me, Austin. It was me the whole time. And then what's his name goes, what? It's like Happer going, what? What? Exactly. What? All right. Steve Sipple. Next. Steve Sipple, John. He's next
John?
on 1620 The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many.
Oh!
Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
And he's not joining us. Very sad. He's not here.
Because we were going to ask him the hard questions.
We were going to ask him about Bill Moos and Bill Moos's book. You know, something was just set off the air, and it reminded me. I didn't search Sipple's name in here. Let's see if it shows up.
Because his good friend Tom Chattel was brought up.
Oops, I put it with 3 Ps. No results for Sipple.
That's why
were found.
That's
a bummer. I know he's joining him on his show tomorrow on the ticket.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Steve Sipple. All right, no sip. This sucks.
Should I bring my question from the break to
Yeah.
here, or do you want to save that for tomorrow?
Which question was it?
The Patty Melt thing.
I mean, we
Save
can
it for tomorrow.
Yeah, we can
You can save it for tomorrow.
Yeah, we can save that for tomorrow. Drew says 3 weeks in a row. No, Sipple was on last week, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's joined us.
Can I ask you a question about Nebraska ball curses?
Real quick, Laszlo says he got scared off by Austin's picture with him looking like Trump's first Treasury Secretary.
What?
That's the guy who looked like what? That's the guy who looked like me. What's that guy's name, Nick?
Hey, it wasn't.
No, it's not
Hegseth.
Pete
Yeah.
Hegseth.
Sorry.
No.
Pete?
Is it Scoot? Smooch?
Buttigieg?
No, you're thinking of Scaramucci. No, gosh, what was that guy's name?
Oh.
He was the money guy. He looked like me.
Oh.
I swear to God, he looks like me. And you and I
Gonna
kind of
say
do look like
guys
each other.
who look
Like Josh Peterson.
like Josh Peterson.
Look,
Spicer.
no, that he was the what was it? The secretary?
Oh, a picture of Schaefer comes up. That's funny.
Treasury Secretary. Let's see. Treasury Secretary.
Sarah Huckabee?
Trump. All right, let's see if I can find him. No, not Sarah Huckabee. Nick, you're naming the media people. You're not naming the Treasury Secretary right now.
Oh, I did press secretary, not treasury secretary.
Steve Mnuchin.
Oh.
Steve Mnuchin.
Not to be confused with Steve Mariucci.
Dude, I swear to God, when we first saw a picture of Mnuchin, we were like, holy crap, this look at him. He looks like me when I didn't have a beard and had glasses and would age a lot.
That doesn't look like you.
Okay, thank God.
No,
So-
I could see it.
So 2018. So let's see. This photo of him, Austin, is when he was 38, 56 years old. So
Whoa.
let's see what I look like.
It's a good looking 56.
in 19 years.
Good
Him and
looking
I
56.
similar hairlines. All right, you said you have a Nebraska basketball question. Severe
Yeah.
said, I told Sip you guys claimed that he was the ghostwriter of the book. I didn't do that. Don't put that on me. That's what other people did.
Yeah, other people were saying
Sip's
that.
writing is way better.
Yes.
Way better than the writing that was
We
in
were
the Bill Moos
actively
book.
defending Sip.
Yeah,
People are
absolutely.
saying that.
Now people are just texting in people. Alex and Lincoln, JD Vance. No, not JD Vance.
How do you feel about couches?
I do like sitting on them.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Any
thank
more?
you, Stibbs. He absolutely looked like Josh before his glow up. Well, thank you, first of all. Glow up, thank you. I appreciate that. I used to be a huge nerd with glasses, but then my
Now
eyes
you're just
got...
a huge nerd.
Damn it.
Dang it.
Walked right into that one. All right, Austin, you have a basketball question for us.
Yeah, is Kevin Kugler's calling the game?
With Bill Raftery.
Nebraska broadcaster Hall of Famer Kevin Kugler.
The very one.
Is he cursing Nebraska basketball by his
Why
presence?
would you say that?
I'm just saying it's what people are talking about.
Is that what the rumors are on
Well,
the streets right now?
when Kugler calls the game, Nebraska doesn't win.
Hey, real quick take. Luge, I don't like how the time for a racer is added up over the course of multiple races. I think that's really weird.
Why should bumping into walls?
I don't know.
Knock it off.
Maybe it's a bumper version of Luge.
That's very funny. They
so-
should do bumper versions of all sports.
Bigley says, where's Kip? CIP. That is not how SIP is spelled, Bigley. Are you serious, bro?
In what world is Sip ever spelt with a C?
Yeah, the name is
Bigley's?
spelled SIPPLE. So let's shorten it to SIP, but spell it Kip. he was on the call for the Indiana game. Remember that game?
Oh, and they did
Austin, they won that game.
Yeah, but they were significantly down in that game.
They were down by 16 points in that game at one point in
Do
time.
you think Kugler will bless Nebraska with some powers to be to overcome their foe tonight?
The Purdue, who's the foe? Is it Purdue or is it
has to be-
Kugler?
Ooh, good question.
I mean, it feels like this is what you're asking right
what
now.
if Sam Hoiberg dives out of bounds to save a basketball and lands right into Kevin Kugler? Would
would-
that break the curse?
I mean,
that could be fun.
we do call him Purdue-gler, though. So
Ooh.
maybe-
Do we? Is that what we call him?
Everybody has
That's
always
what
called
people
him
have been
that.
saying.
Michael, not
Drone
severe.
shot.
Michael, not severe. Oh, look at the drone. This is so cool.
It is really cool.
See, look at that drone. Whee! Michael, not severe, writes, better check to see if Moose spelled it Sapple. That's what it was. Or maybe he spelled it Kipple with a C. Steve Kipple, my good friend from the Lincoln Journal-Star.
What are
Don't
the
we love
chances-
Steve Chappelle?
What are the chances that there was a Jim Pillan that was just hanging around and Moose just had him confused with actual Jim Pillan?
See, look at young me. I look like such a loser. God, I was such a goober.
Is that you?
That's me. Yeah, see the Mnuchin, if the Mnuchin fits, am I right? Just
That's
the
crazy.
looks, not any of the bad crap that he absolutely would have done during that time period. But you know what? Bring back Steve. I think
Is
better
he in
than-
the Moose files?
Oh man, great question. Hopefully he's not in those other files.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in those other files, man.
Those
You
are
don't wanna-
tough.
Don't want to be in those
You don't
other
want to be in
files.
really bad time to be in any files.
Oh,
Truthfully.
that's a great question. Poll question. Is it a good time to be in any files?
No.
What if it was the handsome, good, puppy-loving, donating to good causes files? What about those files?
I don't know.
Oh man, look at Austin Jacobson's names. He's in that very lengthy file list.
Yeah, that's the issue. I'm gonna just search Austin Jacobson files and see what comes up. Anything does. Oh, just some YouTube videos. That's about it. That's
Of
fine.
you?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Jay Scrutad says, I think the Kip reference was saying you look like Napoleon Dynamite. No, Bigley was just being a moron, like always, writing Cipriano, idiot. Yeah, but that's not, or Cipriano. That's not how Sipple's name is spelled. It's not how it's
Steven
spelled.
Cipriano.
I don't know if Bigley ever knows how to type, though.
Oh.
Jordan says, what about the X-Files? That would presume
I don't know if
you're
you want to
in-
be in the X Files.
Yeah, because the X Files usually implies you're either dead or an alien.
I was going to say, you're most likely an alien.
Would you rather be dead or an alien?
Save that for
Oh.
dumb debates tomorrow.
I'm getting all these bangers today.
Yeah.
I think dead.
Why wouldn't you want to be an
top of my
alien?
head.
You're alive.
Yeah, aliens
Yeah.
are cool.
And that means aliens exist.
You
like
get
the
a
Blink-
spaceship.
Like the Blink 182 song.
Do you want me to answer wokely?
Ghosts don't get a spaceship.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I
Woke
don't.
Austin.
I don't want to be prosecuted.
Wow.
I'd rather
All
be dead than an
alien lives matter?
Yeah.
Wow, interesting.
You don't
Look at
want a
that.
District 9?
Great film.
I love
Great
that
film.
movie.
Yeah.
Excellent reference, Nick.
Mhm.
Very good reference.
Should bring that back for movie club.
We should. I've been wanting to pick it for a while. I
You
have
guys,
it on
ever,
DVD.
you guys ever do repeats or do you not?
Like do another version of the same movie we already did.
No, I'm saying like, do you ever like?
pick movies we've already seen before?
or that have been in the movie club. Like, do you
No.
track that? Okay,
No,
you
we
don't
do.
know.
Yeah, John has a long list. By the way,
Oh,
Stiv says,
wow.
"Wow, pro ice Austin, tough look Austin," but you know we'll invite
Wow.
you back. Yeah,
I didn't say that.
yeah, it seems like you did. That's
The
what I heard.
anti-ice.
I'd rather die than be an illegal alien. That's quoting you. That's what I'll. Should I put that on the graphic?
that's- no.
Put that on the. Put that on the.
Dang
graphic.
it, Stibbs! I was just trying to stand up for all of my Americans.
For all of
apparently.
your and aliens
and aliens. Apparently.
aliens.
Yeah, apparently I can't. Yeah,
Mm.
didn't nail that landing. My
No.
bad.
Welcome in. This is the happy hour on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, Nick Graham. Normally we have Steve Sipple at this time, but he did not answer his phone today.
He ghosted us, or did he alien us?
Maybe
Excellent
he's
question.
maybe he's getting dinner with his good friend Bill Moos.
He's getting prepared for that interview that he has tomorrow. We talked about Bill Moos a little bit earlier on in the show. If you missed it, we were planning on revisiting it here as the happy hour began. Mostly with Sipple, but then we were or with Kipple, as some are calling him.
You
on the
could say
internet
we
these
covered
days.
our Moose tracks.
Which is one of my favorite ice creams, by the way.
Mhm.
Shout out Blue Bunny. I wrote these two questions down because we were talking earlier. Do we believe him? Do we question him? What are we supposed to do? With it?
to believe.
But I wrote these two questions down as well. Does it mean anything for today? And does it mean anything for tomorrow? Does this book and the stories and things that we are learning, does it mean anything for Nebraska as it stands at this moment in time? And does it mean anything for them tomorrow? Because essentially what I'm trying to ask is, I don't want to say has it been a waste of time to talk about, because obviously it's very interesting and I'm having fun doing it. And also we've gotten to make fun of his writing. Right? I think we're all in agreement that stuff is fun. But does it actually mean anything?
No. And it doesn't, because again, we said this earlier, none of those power players that are referenced in any of these memoirs and any of this reference or referendum.
The fascinating part is everybody is gone.
Yeah.
everybody.
And even to the highest extent with Ted Carter, the president of the university, and even you add in Pillen, who's the governor of the state, but he's arguably for the Nebraska part of it. The Board of Regents, he obviously had like a lot of say and a lot of a swing when it came to kind of how this all translated and how it all came out. But yeah, it doesn't matter now. The only thing that it is in the perfect Nebraska football forum, it's just another distraction. That's all that it is.
It absolutely is a distraction.
And I mentioned this to you off air earlier, and we talked a little bit about it, that the timing of this is unique because if this had been a month later and Nebraska football is in its spring camp and it's starting to get going, Matt Rule 100% has to answer a question about something related to this.
And so you don't think he's going to have to anymore?
I don't think so. I think it'll be passed and everyone will agree, yeah, that was kind of a weird
I guess
time.
that really would be because I think he is speaking, in 2 weeks, right? Matt Rule will speak in a couple weeks when spring ball starts.
They get going
early.
soon.
At the end of the month. And so you figure that would be weird. Like, hey, so a couple weeks ago, this book came out and I don't even know. Here's a question. What question would you even ask? If he is speaking today, and so the news is fresh and it's not forced,
right.
How would you apply that book towards the team today? Because again, the power players are all gone. And so that's the part that is going to be hard to square. You can't be like, hey, what about Ronnie Green? What does Rule care?
Yeah.
Hey, what about Ted Carter? What does Rule care? Hey, about Bill Moos? What again does he care? What about Scott Frost? Again, none of those people mean anything to him today. I guess the one angle would be, as I'm just trying to come up with a question, you have said that what you inherited
Yes, that's it.
was, and so does this shed light on that?
Mhm.
Did you read the question is almost though, did you read the book? Because I don't think it would be, what did you think of it? You definitely read it. So the question would probably have to be, did you read it?
Yeah.
And then if he says no, then you're like, okay, never mind. I guess I don't have a question for you.
Or you then, like you were starting to, you just illuminate it where you just go, you have referenced before that, it was a mess before you arrived here and new information has been released that kind of talks a little bit about that scenario. What were the first steps that you took to kind of rebuild or something along those lines? And maybe then you relate it back to this and how does that look from your first spring in 2023 to where you are now in 2026?
Jordan writes on YouTube, but aren't we still having some of these same issues, even with different people in those positions?
I would argue, I don't think that you are, and I said this earlier too, that I don't think that the Dannon drop is coming in, that I don't think we have these same necessarily leaking ship issues necessarily, maybe just because the rumor mill isn't whispering about it as much. Maybe it is coming from that football coach, maybe it's from other aspects, from the athletic director specifically. I don't think it's the same issues. I don't think Dannon's going to come up with a memoir book in 20 years talking about his time in Nebraska.
Honestly, of all of the stuff to take away, yes, there might be problems inside of the athletic department still. I think that there are, all right?
There are also problems at every business and everywhere. That's
correct. The difference, of course, is, Moose writes about it. Some of the stuff that was involved with him, Austin, I don't even want to describe it as rumors anymore now because there was obviously some truth to it.
Yes.
At the very least, his bosses thought that there was a problem that he needed to handle.
Yes.
Now, Moose is like, I didn't have an issue, though. I was fine. I went to this place, and I was totally fine, which me thinks maybe Moose doth protest a bit too much. But even if you're in agreement with him and yeah, you got railroaded, his bosses still thought enough about him to say those types of things. As we talked about earlier, the Dana Altman stuff is so kind of wild because there was a question from the text machine as we're trying to figure out what to ask Rule. And Alex Liga says, what are your thoughts on Pillan? And that's funny, obviously, because he misspelled Jim Pillen over and over and over. But the follow-up is, that's pretty wild that he was able to have that strong of an opinion on something and apparently resulted in him not even being allowed to entertain the idea of hiring a Dana Altman. And while...
And again, if the scenario went as it said in his reporting, Moose's own reporting, that it was that stern and swift and everything, that what was the exact? Is that he had come with the idea, he said it like he had thought of it, he said this is going to be great. Then he walked into the room with Ronnie Green and Pillen, and they both looked at him and said, no, it was something along those lines, right?
He was talking to Ronnie Green, he was talking to Jim Pillen, they was all inside of the room together. And and he said it, and there was a hush came over, and they were like, and so immediately moved on. So
and we never got any explanation as to why that was either, right?
Correct. It was just, he was like, no, but he's from Wilbur, and
that's right.
Hey,
that's right.
And they gave no real reason other than, Nebraskans wouldn't respond to it. So that was a long way to say, there's one person who is still involved in the athletic department, or I guess in the state, and that is Jim Pill. Jim Pill.
Yeah. And I guess technically like the Fred Hoiberg of it too, but is Hoiberg referenced in that at all? Like, is he brought up in any, because obviously we heard about the Altman side, we heard about like that sort of thing, but is Hoiberg brought up in like that hiring process and what it took to bring Hoiberg in?
Yeah, he writes, let's see. I had an interest in Fred before the Dana Altman discussion took place, and in the end he was a great hire, and he brings him up. But he doesn't. My landing of Fred and Scott Frost, this was a funny little pat on the back. My landing of Fred and Scott Frost within an 18-month period was considered by some around the country as one of the best 1-2 hires ever. Indeed, that was nice, but I understood in time that the only scoreboard would determine if that was the case, and the scoreboard doesn't always cooperate, as was the case with football. And then that leads into year one for Frost and how terrible it went, setting up year two, which then gets into a lot of the dramas of just a variety of things going on.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head at the very beginning to show that this is something that he definitely thought that he needed to get out to prop himself up, to earn the respect that he thought he so rightfully deserved, whatever the case was. But I think it landed so far flat that I don't think he even realizes like how much like mud is on his face from doing this entire interpretation of the exact circumstances of everything that happened.
Yeah, I said that earlier. I think he comes across reading a lot, just the Nebraska stuff at the very least. I think he comes across wanting to be like, see, I recognized it in the moment, everybody. Look at me. There's a lot of problems in there, and I was the only one who could see what this place was for what it really was. And I think the biggest, reason behind that is, in particular, the Scott Frost, first interview, if you will, the first meeting. And in the end, I view it the exact opposite way, where it's like, you felt that way, and yet you still hired the guy.
Yeah. And then you
say what you want about, I had to, I would have gotten run out of town. I mean, yeah, sure, but you still had the agency to do. So I just don't think that he's not the hero. He's the hero of his own story, but I don't think he's the hero of the time.
Yeah. Yeah. I just don't understand how someone could like write all this out. And again, clearly nobody like cleared it, edited it, any of that sort of stuff. Like no one like double checked any of like the language or the work of it. But I just can't get over the fact that the simple reasoning that he didn't have any diary, any journalistic notes, any nothing to like report back, or like just to put like photographs of being like, hey, this is like what I wrote on, December 19th or whatever, like any of those days. It doesn't validate anything for me, but obviously it's like a new perception, or a new perspective rather, on what we perceive to be truth. And kind of a lot of people are applying that to be truth now.
Kyle says, the book just confirms what most knew. The athletic department was a mess. How much of the problem were the biggest donors? I'm still waiting for that stadium project Moose broke ground on. If the donors having too much influence was the problem, then I bet it still is. Moose didn't have anything to do with any stadium projects.
That's old Trev.
Yeah, that's Trev, and obviously that hasn't gone anywhere, and we're still kind of waiting. The last time we heard any numbers, and we don't have it on the board anymore. We used to have predictions of how much we think it's going to cost, but as of now, that's kind of in this. I don't want to say it's in limbo. We're just waiting to hear what the word is going to be.
Here's another interesting part that I don't think we consider as much with Moose too, is that was such a transitional time in college football, because take yourself back 7 years when we were in 2019, outside of coaching searches and everything else, he still thought Nebraska football was in an arms race for building facilities, which was starting to get behind the mark of what college football was like. It was very obviously turning into NIL, and all that other stuff is coming out.
That building was like, it's probably one of the last of its era.
100%.
Yes, because it was they broke ground on that in 2019, if I remember right. I think in the spring of 2019, it opens around the time that Rule shows up. Or maybe they broke ground on it in 2021. It was announced in the early part of the Frost era, either way, and it's finished. And yeah, dude, seriously, you're like 5 years later. 5 years later, that never happens. No. They don't build that anymore.
100%. And it just, as much as patting on the back that he wants to be doing and everything else for like all these right decisions, and he even referenced, I just gave Frost like this great complex and all this stuff is going to be done by the time that whatever the case was. He was still behind. Like he can't admit to himself that he wasn't looking ahead in the right ways. He misfired and miscalculated completely on the move from the Big 10 back to the Big 12, if that's what he so wanted to do for Nebraska. Luckily, other people in the room were adults and actually said, yeah, that's not a great idea. And then to get into this whole facility thing, which even at the time, a lot of people raised their eyebrows and shrugged their shoulders about, were like, okay, if that's what you want to dye your hat on. But then what did Trev come do immediately after? Build 1890, tried to make sure that things were getting moving, progressing in the right direction. You hire a coach that wants to be able to kind of get college football back into the realm of the modern era in which Rule wanted to get a part of. And then he offered, hey, listen, we might have to be building upon the home in which we are in. with the new Memorial Stadium project. Now,
Yeah.
obviously, Trev left after that, and Dannon's had to figure everything else past that. But I think it just goes to show more and more. It's just like Moose was just so far behind.
He really was. By the way, Sonny writes on YouTube, I swear I was just next to Sip at the red light. I heard his phone ringing. I looked over, and he's holding his phone, looking at it, laughing, and flipping it off, and he didn't answer.
Did he do it 3 times?
Wow,
I
is
think
that
that's as
true?
many times as Nick did.
Nick, we need to find out if this is true. Take a screenshot and text that to Sipple and say, is this true? That's pretty funny. By the way, Nick just sent me a link to a
I'm
video.
adding it to content.
Okay, perfect. I won't say anything more then because that is...
It's insane.
Is it in English?
I don't know. I didn't get to listen to that.
Okay, we'll find out if that is in English. All right, I'm very curious to find out if it is. There was one more question. Well, 2 more. Joe in Vegas. Moose wanted to hire Chip Kelly instead of Scott Frost. How do we think that would have worked out? So that was also in the book. I don't know. I mean, Chip Kelly, speaking of a guy from a previous era, great offensive mind. He actually had more. I think if you ask a average college football fan who watches the sport, doesn't pay attention all the time, but still watches, how did Chip Kelly do? I think most people would say, that guy sucked at UCLA. Nowhere near as good at Oregon. He was definitely not as good as he was at Oregon. He also had some seasons that were pretty solid.
Yeah.
So how would he have done it in Nebraska? I don't know.
That dude just hated recruiting.
Hated recruiting. That was like his biggest thing. He did not like it. That guy likes coaching ball. And now he's going to get to work with a bunch of nerds at Northwestern, so it actually might end up working fairly well. I bet he would have been better than Frost. I bet that the expectations in a weirder way might have been more out of whack for him, though, than they were Scott, because when Chip Kelly had been in college most recently, those Oregon teams were nuts, and he changed college football.
Yeah.
And so I'm guessing that it would have been like natty talk a lot more with him than even Frost. He wouldn't have reached that. I bet that they would have been a better program, and then he probably would have tried to leave in a very similar situation to why he left UCLA and like go take an OC job at an Ohio State like program because he hates the trappings of a head coach of college football in 2020.
Yeah, and he would have hated living in Lincoln to have to get on a flight to be able to go talk to any single recruit ever.
And that guy very much valued his privacy. Like I have some friends up in Oregon who either cover or root for the program, and like going back to the 2011 season, and they were like, yeah, that guy hates that he is just bothered. And
I've never seen that guy in a commercial.
You want to get bothered? Come to Lincoln. Be the head coach in Lincoln, Nebraska. Like, say what you will about Matt Rule. One of the biggest positives about him is that guy likes the trappings of being a head coach in Lincoln, Nebraska at the University.
Yeah, and he goes down to Omaha, and I mean, he's out and about.
He loves
does that
it.
stuff.
He likes getting
for sure.
photos taken of him sitting next to Damon Benning at a high school basketball game, for example.
100%. Yeah.
All right. When we return, more perhaps on the Nebraska and Purdue game, and we'll get to that other message that we had as well about this Moose situation in relation to our governor. We can get to that. Also, content. We might have our first ever clip not in the English language.
Bad Bunny?
I can't wait to. Perhaps.
Oh, whoa.
Perhaps. More to come. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimm here on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Our computer froze.
Hello.
Thanks a lot, AI.
It is broken.
It's not an AI thing. Geez.
Nick, you're.
Oh, no.
I'm looking at the stream right now, and Nick looks really blurry and crinkly, and so I'm wondering if the internet went down inside of our office.
I don't know. I'm still seeing the internet on both computers.
Okay, well that's good.
Plug into the Matrix really quick.
Wonder if we're even on right now. So I got a text. I mentioned this about the Bill Moos stuff. Michael Severe said, "Did you see Pillen's tweet about it?" We did. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I think if you know, in a couple days where we're wondering how much of this is true, do we view that as an admission that part at the very least was true? That Jim Pillen quoted the news about them not being able to go after Dana Altman with the score of the Nebraska-Oregon game from earlier
do you
this year?
want to go tinfoil hat with me? Do you want to?
Okay,
You want to have some fun?
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about it just a minute ago, but like there was no reference as to why the Altman the basketball hire, all that was shut down so quickly, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can assume it's the Creighton version of it, right? Like that's what it is. That it's Nebraska wouldn't accept.
I guess I don't really understand that though.
But the Pillen tweet, is it something between like Pillen and Altman? Is there some like beef, or is there something like underground that we don't know? Has Altman like spoken negatively of Nebraska basketball, like outside of the rivalry? Is there something else that was there that like we just don't know about? Is there something in like private eyes that we've glossed over?
They have a damn PI following me.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I don't. Yeah, because I don't understand it. I don't get it at all. Beyond the like, they were talking about it on this morning, and Happer was like, maybe it's one of those 6 weirdos who was like, I don't want Dana because he's Creighton.
And you'd assume that that's it, right?
That's insane to me, because here's how I would view it. I would view it as, I think Dana Altman's a good coach. Wouldn't you want to do that if he was actually considering coming back to Nebraska because he's a good coach? And like Creighton would probably be like, oh no, you got our guy to coach you. Like I have to view that as, that'd be quite the feather in the cap of Nebraska.
And also, I don't want to be the person, but you have to remember, like at the time, obviously, like Tim Miles had the program like going in a decent direction. PBA was getting like filled up and all that other stuff. But you get the former Creighton coach for your most heated rivalry across college basketball. Every single time you play either side, whether it's in Omaha or in Lincoln, that place is bonkers more than it already is, because then it's Altman versus McDermott. And if you were just for theatrics, which sometimes it kind of feels like that, or that type of administration was about, you were selling all those tickets. Like you hype up that event more than any other event that happens across college basketball for either program.
I don't understand. Happer writes, good impression of me doing an impression of the weirdos. By the way, Bigley continuing to be an idiot. First of all, uses the wrong form of your. He says, if you don't know you're too young, you're paid to figure this out. What's an argument against Dana Altman a decade ago? There is no argument. There are no skeletons in the closet.
Yeah.
He is an awesome coach. He took that team to a Final Four. He had a lot of success with Creighton. He built a nothing program into the program that then was able to take another step and go to the Big East.
Yes.
Without Dana Altman, Creighton is not what Creighton is today. Greg McDermott certainly took them a step up. So what's an argument against him a decade ago? There is no. Or if it's for morons like Bigley, I wouldn't want him because he coached Creighton. You're an idiot. I don't need to talk to you.
Yeah.
Which maybe I'm the idiot because I'm talking to him right now. There's nothing. There's nothing wrong with hiring him. I am paid to do that. Jordan writes, people forget that Wilbur and Columbus are huge rivals. Is that true?
No, they're
massive rivals. Gosh, those schools hate each other. People have been talking about it for years.
That quote still, where Moose, again, just like the arrogance to be not from the state and just be like, you don't get more Nebraska than Wilbur. And like, I don't disagree, but also like, point on the map where Wilbur, Nebraska is, Moose. Like, there's just no way that you know that.
I think my favorite part about this book is the dialogue inside of it, and that, like, what do you mean? It don't get more Nebraska than Wilbur. Just the idea that those were the sentences that were absolutely being said in there.
Yeah. You're the wrong person to ask, but what is the most Nebraska town? Like, what is the best example of that? Because the only other example is Altman is born in Lincoln, right?
Yeah,
like, that's it.
I mean, Lincoln is the quintessential Nebraska town, I would say. I bet.
I'd give Ashland, too. Like, I'll take
it should just turn that into a river. Kearney, because they have the arch. Like, is there something quintessentially, my parents are from there, they fell in love in high school, and then they got married, and now here am I.
Wow.
Well, I mean,
that's huge.
37 plus years ago, but here I am still, which is pretty exciting. So, yep, that's the Bill Moos book. I've texted Sipple the screenshot of that person who saw him look at his phone while it rang and laughing at it and ignoring it. So we'll find out if Sipple responds. But he will not be on our
Okay, last one on the Moose book.
Ord says Sicilian.
Oh, okay.
What do you got?
Do you think we're officially closing this book? Do you think that anything else will this arise again?
Well, he's talking to Sipple tomorrow.
True. So we'll probably get this orange will be squeezed out by Friday.
Or is he talking to Sipple right now?
Or is he talking to Sipple right now? Great question. Yeah, I mean, there will.
When was it signed?
I bet they're at the speakeasy.
I don't think so. I mean, I guess the only other thing is how many other people have not bought it and will buy it, and then we'll scroll through it, to see if there's anything interesting. Like we went through it yesterday, and there's a couple other things, I guess, that could get posted, but I didn't really find anything like that important. Like I think we hit on all the big stuff. Scott Frost, all of the rumors that surrounded him, the Dana Altman stuff, which was new information, the Oklahoma cancellation, which it was his side of the story, and then the Big 12 stuff, which was also new information. I didn't think there was anything in there, unless people want to hear about like if fifth grade and those types of things. But that's the wild part. 700 pages. I can't get over the fact that this book is 700 pages. That's so long. I'm reading a book right now that is 600 pages. It's a long book. There's a lot of stuff in there. I'm 70-something% done. That means I've read 400 plus pages, and I still have like 180 to go.
It's a lot of pages.
Imagine if I had 280 pages to go, which I've read, I've not to brag, I've read 1,100 page books before, but
Not that I'm going to buy the book because you've, adequately provided as many screenshots as I'm curious about, but how does the book end? Like, does he just go, and now it's today?
Yeah, I mean,
they all clap.
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much is. And then,
Then I woke up.
I woke. Bill Moos got woke, and because, the last chapter, I believe, is the one that's titled, Home on the Ranch. And so he talks about being on the ranch.
The chapter titles are terrible.
He talks,
that dude loved cows. He talked about cows.
Talks about his wife, talks about living with his wife.
I didn't mean to say that sentence when you were talking about his wife.
That was tough.
Why would you call his wife a cow?
Come on.
Just the Matt McMaster in me, man.
And then he thanks some people, and that's the end of the book. And then it is done. Sicilian writes, Bill Moos, handshake meme, J.K. Rowling. Indeed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not in LA.
Yeah. Well, I mean, would it surprise you? No. Exactly. All right. When we return, we will get to some content. In content, a variety of topics, including Kansas and their win last night over Arizona. Also coming up, we will have audio, not in English.
Nope.
Nick has multiple questions that he has put together and he puts together every question. Anyway.
He does,
but he has bonus questions.
Bonus ones.
That he has also put together. And we will get to more of those. Bigley writes, I'm not a moron. These guys are idiots.
Then why are you still listening?
Dang it, you beat me to the joke. What does it say about Bigley?
You got to be quicker.
I also spelled idiots wrong. There's three eyes.
Because he can't spell. I always wonder, if Bigley, is he like 78 and he just doesn't know how to type? Is he just a complete buffoon?
What if Bigley's Bill Moos?
What if Bigley? That would explain why he's so frustrated. Jordan, did he talk about beer, coffee, and a piece of pie? That
was a slice of baseball. Sorry,
that was a slice of baseball.
College baseball, and it's a pizza.
Which made its return earlier. All right, when we return, we will get to content because the computer is supposedly fixed.
We're gonna find out.
Let's find out next, all together on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some unsportsmanlike unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Time for content, which is when Nick writes down questions and he asks us those questions. Nick, it's time to do your job.
Finally. Even without Darren Peterson, Kansas was able to pick up a win over Arizona last night, the first loss of the season for the Wildcats. I was hoping you do your... Thank you.
That's still so good.
He
Thank you.
does really good with it. How big of a blow was this for Nebraska fans wanting the Skurs to end up in OKC or St. Louis?
I mean, certainly you want teams like Kansas to lose as many times as possible, and now Kansas has the best win of the season, full stop. Nobody has a win as good as this one. I mean, at least considering the rankings today, they're the only team with a win over Arizona. That said, like, look, Nebraska wins tonight. Everything's fine. You know, Nebraska, it's not like this was down to one game, you know, and this result now kicks Nebraska out. They have plenty of opportunities to take care of business in the next month that will allow them to land in either one of those locales. So everything's fine, Austin.
I wish that I could be naive enough to say, no, the brand doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. Like if Nebraska wins today and all that other stuff. But unfortunately, I think it does.
Matters.
Yeah. So if Kansas handles their business in the Big 12, which is a pretty good basketball conference, so is the Big 10, Kansas will get more recognition. And you mentioned the best and most marquee victory of the season does go to the Kansas Jayhawks right now. So unfortunately for Nebraska, the easiest solution is for you to handle your business and maybe keep an eye on Kansas for them to slip up. That's really the best thing that you can do at this point.
Bill Oram, a sports columnist at the Oregonian, wrote Monday that the Portland Trailblazers are, quote, as good as gone from the city. Is he right?
Ooh, I don't even know anything about this, but I kind of hope.
You don't read the Oregonian?
No, I don't. let me think. You know what? I want them to move. I need a new location.
Anti-Portland classic.
Maybe I want them in Seattle. Omaha.
Okay. Now we're cooking.
NBA team in the Omaha Metro.
Is that would explain why randomly I was sitting at my desk and suddenly McMaster walked over and was like, "You think Omaha could do well with an NBA team?" I wouldn't be like, "Why are you talking about this?" It's probably because of this news.
Yeah,
it's got to be that and no other reason.
Would you not put it out at Crossroads and just hang out there?
Are they finally going to finish Crossroads? Remember when they started that like 5 years ago?
No, I wasn't.
And there was just a big giant hole in the ground. Oh, that's right, because you were out in western Nebraska.
We should put it in Council Bluffs and
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess so. Sad.
Somehow, we made it through all of yesterday's show and most of today's, for that matter, without talking about next season's Super Bowl odds.
Oh, great question, Nick.
Take a gander, not a goose, at the list. Does anything jump out?
So the favorites for next year are John's Rams at plus 950, the Seahawks also plus 950, Bills 11-1, Eagles 13-1, Ravens 13-1, Patriots 13-1, Lions and Packers 14-1, on and on we go. Chiefs are 15-1. I know everyone's wondering about the Cowboys. Those are 35-1. I got a bit of a longer shot for you. Okay. What about the Jacksonville Jaguars at 22-1? Good roster. Quarterback took a step. Second-year head coach next season. What about the Jags?
Yeah, 22-1 is actually great odds, too, considering that there have been past Super Bowl champs in recent years, the Philadelphia Eagles being one of them, who had 22-1 odds.
Oh, don't remind me.
Sorry, didn't mean to.
Screw you, Austin.
I would say that your money is best well spent outside of the NFC West. I don't think that the Seattle can repeat just because of the density of that division necessarily. I think you have to look elsewhere. Jacksonville, I wouldn't necessarily lean my money that way. I'm not going to put anything on New England. But
hell yeah,
why not? Let's just say the Buffalo Bills. Give me the Buffalo Bills to finally get it done.
The Bills are good, Nick. It could happen.
No.
Okay.
Who's your coach?
Crap. John Hafley.
Jeff.
Damn it.
You'll learn his name eventually.
One day.
I'm terrible
Jordan
with
wants to know.
names.
No Broncos sad. The Broncos are 18-1. They're almost where the Cowboys are. Yikes! Tough look for the Broncos.
In his column today, friend of Bill Moos, Tom Chattel, wondered aloud if NDSU's move to the Mountain West could UNO to the Missouri Valley. What
could
say
result
you?
in UNO to
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, you typed it wrong, Nick.
I did.
Yeah, I guess so. Anything
I wrote that question early.
Anything is possible when it comes to kind of the movement and freedom of different schools to move across different conferences. I think Omaha is very happy in the Summit. I think that they enjoy kind of like the rivalry that they have built among some of the schools that they have. It's kind of a good rotating schedule as well. But, if you can get more money and especially more TV coverage where you can get on the plus on some of those channels, it's a big deal. And especially if you can get some of the extra TV rights, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, one of the things, too, that he brought up is a simple math problem. There's 11 teams in that conference now. Maybe the number is bumped up to 12, so you like it from that perspective. I mean, talked about it with NDSU. It's all worth it if you make it to the college football playoff one time. Like, even though they won natties at the lower level, that would mean even more for their program. Omaha has made it to the NCAA tournament now. Yep. They made it last year, and so everything that came before it was worth it. I know that they're, bunch of wrestling dorks out there probably sad right now, crying into their singlets. Deal with it, folks. This would be quite the move, though. And, I mean, certainly around here locally, a lot of people in Omaha used to – I mean, I don't even want to say how many of those locations because the conference has undergone so many changes since Creighton left there 15 years ago, but sure, why not? It's pretty cool.
And I don't mean to put like a damper on that whole part of it, too, but there's probably other schools in this conference that – Missouri Valley would probably look towards first before they go to Omaha.
That's why we call you Mr. Damper Diaper.
Wow. It's not because of the diaper?
I mean, that's a little bit.
Okay, fair.
Nebraska and Purdue.
Whoa.
Play tonight. Perhaps you've heard about this.
We talked about it a couple times.
Nebraska ball is a 1.5-point favorite against the Boilermakers. What's going to happen?
The Boilers will not be going up. Boilers down. Give me the Skurs. Who was the caller earlier? Terry? Who was like, they're going to win by 15. Don't know if I agree with Tear Bear, as you called him. I'll say Nebraska by 9 tonight.
I want Price Sanford over in points.
Let's go. Higher.
Want to take Nebraska and the points as well. I really think that this is going to be one of those like coming out quiet games for Nebraska where they handle their business and they do it in a maybe not dominant way, but they're in control throughout the contest. I have felt confident in this from the get-go in their ability to take down Purdue. I think that this is going to be maybe not the marquee win of the season for Nebraska, but I think that they will get a lot of props for what they do tonight.
Yeah, because what is the marquee win of the season? Would you say it's Michigan State or is it Illinois?
I think it's Michigan State. But the problem is we're getting so far away from it that it doesn't feel as marquee.
And I mean, that's kind of what we talked about earlier. It's like, they have these really important, super memorable games that matter, and yet they are now a month and a half in the rear view at the earliest, And so it's like that stretch of time when they were beating good teams. That's suddenly a little further in the rear view.
You do have to wonder. We talked about that NCAA tournament resume. Uh-oh. Maybe if they don't have that hot hand that goes into the tournament, you never know.
Plus, they're not a big brand, Nick.
A Kentucky sports Twitter account titled Rare Rookies writes, I think as a society, we no longer need the ticker at the bottom. Ooh. Is this a good take?
This almost reminds me of our score bug conversation from last summer. The ticker at the bottom.
So he included videos, by the way. So what it looks like with the bottom line. This was the Tennessee-Kentucky game. I assume the next was 4K, and so then it disappears, and it's just the score bug. He's also going to give us one without the score bug, which is just terrible.
Yeah,
nobody wants that.
I'm not watching film. I want to watch a game.
Yeah.
You know what? Just seeing that visually before you showed me, I was pro-ticker. I am anti-ticker now.
I agree.
Careful.
I absolutely. What's that? Is that a Gen Z?
No. You got to be very cautious. Don't worry about it.
It's fine.
Or drug reference. I am 100, obviously, with the Laffy Taffy boys next to me. Yeah, I am very good on getting rid of this garbage. Get rid of it. We don't need it. I have my phone. If I want to find a score, you know what I do? Does this make me old or smart? I just go to Google and I search the name of the team.
That's exactly what I do. Yeah.
Thank you. Yep. I feel like that's the cool way to do it. And then I'll often go to the action app.
I was trying to ask my Google Home today. I was like, what time does Nebraska play? And it was like, Nebraska has 2 time zones. Okay, that doesn't help me at all.
They do. People forget about that. Western Nebraska.
I grew up in Mountain Time.
Did you really?
I did.
Did you go to school in Central Time?
No, my town was completely enveloped in Mountain Time.
I would hate to live in Mountain Time and have to go to school in Central Time.
That's some kids in Paxton, unfortunately.
Yes, so that means you wake up at 8 and it's already 9. But then, Nick, when you get out of school at 2:50, it's 1:50 at home.
Whoa, more time to play Xbox.
More time
in
to
your
play
office.
Xbox.
Fair, you're right.
It's like a little cheating in a way. You're cheating time. It's like that idiot online. I turned 1 day into 7 days. That's one of your man.
I'm kicking your butt.
What do they call manfluencers, Nick? You're into that manosphere. I 1 day is 100 days.
You know more about this than I do, which I think says more about you.
Wrong. I follow funny people on Twitter sometimes.
Dang.
After winning the bronze medal in the men's 20-kilometer biathlon, Sturla Holm Legrid
Nice.
broke down into tears in his interview.
Why?
Well, because he confessed to cheating on his partner.
What?
Quote, translated quote, "There is someone I wanted to share this with who might not be watching today. 6 months ago, I met the love of my life, the most beautiful and kindest person in the world. 3 months ago, I made the biggest mistake of my life and was unfaithful." He then later went on to say he told her last week, and he thought admitting to this on worldwide television was the way to atone. Was this a good move?
No, that was a bad idea. Oh no, the history of bad ideas, that's up there. That's like with Long John Silver cheesecake. You can't be having that.
What's a worse idea? Long John Silver's cheesecake or admitting to having an affair after you win a bronze medal on national television?
And not even the gold. You did it with bronze.
That's a tough look.
Yeah.
That's like cheating on silver. You'd never do that.
Nelson says, should have read that quote in a Scandinavian accent.
I think I can do one of those.
Yeah,
I wish it was Canadian. Oh, I'm sorry, eh?
Oh, sorry, I cheated on you, eh? Oh, I was in that chair,
I got
eh?
stuck in the maple
I was
syrup.
just watching, dear.
It's not really cheating if you're just walking.
If you're just watching, it's like a computer screen, but in real life. That's tough. That's a tough look for our friend there.
He should do the old Dave Canellis, write a book about it, and then get back with your wife and start a book tour with her.
I forgot about that. He cheated on her or she cheated on him?
He cheated on her, and he was addicted to pornography. And so he wrote a book about it and now does book tours and is an NFL head coach.
He cheated on her or he was just addicted to pornography?
He was doing both.
Okay.
Yeah, he said him cheating on his wife brought them both closer to God.
That is so exciting.
Yes.
What a great
And
excuse.
he is leading a young man named Bryce Young in the NFL.
Sorry, dear, but now at least I'm closer to the Lord.
Kenneth, it's been 3 months. You've only known her for 6 months. Move on, King.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. The love of your life 6 months ago and this thing's already over. Like, come on, let's all chill out a little bit, shall we?
September 8th, 1990. Bo Jackson hits a sharp one-hopper right into Rangers pitcher Nolan Ryan.
Okay.
He then proceeds to bleed all over his jersey. May 29th, 2026.
Hey, that's this year.
The Rangers are doing a bloody jersey giveaway to commemorate the event.
Wow.
Do you guys want a white Rangers jersey with fake blood on it?
Yeah, I guess it'd be a fun like Halloween outfit that you could go for, right?
Yeah,
like,
that's
that's pretty much it.
You wear it normally, and people be like, hey, you got something on your jersey. You're like, no, actually, so there was this fight in baseball in 1990. There was this fight almost 40 years ago. You have to explain the whole situation.
Yep.
I mean, I'd want it for the novelty.
Yeah.
So this is a giveaway?
Yeah.
Gosh,
it is a cool giveaway.
It's a great giveaway.
You know, eventually you could probably convince someone that it's actually like a game-worn jersey and you could scam them years later.
I feel like it's screen-printed blood.
Ah, dang it.
My favorite giveaway I've seen so far coming out this year, the Rays are doing like this tan-colored throwback hat with like a rope on it. It looks really cool.
Oh, rope hats? Are you big on the rope hat?
I'm wearing one. Yacht Rock 1180. Finally, fellas, how did you enjoy yesterday's 70-degree day?
I didn't because we were inside. We do a radio show. But you know what? It was nice. So I got my oil changed across the street and then found out I got to do...
Is that a euphemism?
No. Great question, though.
Were you in the chair while
But
you
I'm
watched him change your oil?
Closer to God now. Found out my car has some things that need to be fixed, including I need new tires, which I knew. I just was waiting for the people to tell me you need new tires. Yeah. I know. I look at them.
You need tires,
It's
you
like
idiot.
it's like going to the hospital and being told like you have a sickness. You're like, I know, but I just
Like,
didn't
that's
want to
not
know.
what I'm in here for.
Can't wait to get the old tax refund and have to use it on things you need.
I'm in here for the cough, not
That
the
is
lump.
so annoying. Anyway, so walking across the street, though, it was like, this is nice. I don't remember the last time I got to change my oil in February and walked across the street and wasn't freezing my tuchus off. So that was pretty cool. I miss it today. It's not too bad today, but it's just not 70 degrees today.
I specifically took my dog on a walk and drove to a park to be able to do it, and I rolled the windows down.
Dude,
it was sick.
I did that after my run yesterday, or on Sunday rather, because it was a nice. When I finished in the morning, I was like, I'm rolling my window down.
There's nothing like driving home with your windows down. But so when you guys have your windows down and you're driving, are you conscious of what you're listening to?
What do you mean?
So like if I'm listening to a podcast and I'm at a stoplight and then they say something on the podcast that makes sense within the conversation, but if you heard it, you're like, what? Like I get self-conscious about that. So if my windows are down, I'm just listening to music.
Gotcha.
I'm less self-conscious about that.
I usually just play my hip beats across my bass-driven
just
cars.
ba wada ba.
Yes, that too. Oh, I was thinking more of the scraper bike song, but yeah, sure.
By
Kid
the
Rock
way,
also fits.
got a text from Sipple.
Hi, Sip.
God, I was at Arena tomorrow? Question mark. So I asked him for a time.
It's
tomorrow
always
night.
it's always tomorrow.
It's always
Question mark.
tomorrow. Tomorrow. So maybe we'll have Steve Sipple on the show tomorrow.
Nice.
All right. When we return, what's for dinner? Which right now is in flux for ya boy.
Oh no!
What I thought I was going to have. I am now a little sad because it doesn't seem like I will be having that tonight because it doesn't sound like my wife will be home for dinner.
I'm sorry you don't get the Long John Silver's cheesecake.
No, but you know what? I have an update on last night's dinner because I ended up doing something different. Which means news for tomorrow night's dinner as well. There's this is going to be a newsy what's for dinner.
Good thing that this is my favorite segment of this entire show.
It's America's segment.
Mm-hmm.
It is America's favorite segment. By the way, tomorrow, John will be back for anyone who is out there in the audience who hates Austin's guts.
That happens.
It does. I love Austin.
I love him. I love him and his guts.
Thank you. You guys are so kind.
Nick wants to get into those guts, he would say.
It's 2026. Why not?
Yeah, at least we're not getting our oil changed across the street.
But yeah, you guys just made fun of me for my oil change. Why can't you get in his guts, Nick? What's for dinner is next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
It's good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
J-Man says rice and chicken coming up on the Grum.
Whoa.
There was another comment. Baymon, no risk, eh? I'm going to guess a buffalo chicken nugget bowl for Josh. So we were it's funny you say buffalo chicken. We were going to have buffalo chicken dip. Buffalo chicken dip. Shut up, Nick.
The BCD?
Because we were going to have cheesesteaks, but she was like, I'll do that. I'll do that.
From where?
I'll do that tomorrow.
Not the factory.
Yeah, we'll do that from your favorite restaurant. And
From
so
Bill's
now
ass.
I don't know what I'm doing anymore. We don't have like any leftovers from the Super Bowl. Last night I did an audible. I said Omaha, hut. And instead of doing chicken thighs and a baked potato, I did fish and chips.
Whoa.
In the air fryer. And I dipped them in vinegar. Yum, 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 yum. And buffalo sauce, of course.
Nice.
So I'm going to do the buffalo or the chicken and the baked potato tomorrow. Tonight, I don't know. It might be mac and cheesy wheezy. Okay. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I don't know. We got some bacon that we already have cooked, and so maybe I'll make a breakfast burrito. It's always like my
do bacon
fallback.
mac.
I'm a big breakfast burrito.
I could do bacon mac. Yeah.
Buffalo bacon mac.
Ooh, Nick, these are some good ideas. Jordan says, sounds like Popeyes then. Yeah, I just had Popeyes over the weekend. I don't want to buy it again.
Oh, big Popeye guy. Dry biscuit, man.
Popeye. What? You idiot.
Oh, sorry.
Rapscallion.
Me?
Yeah.
I haven't had Popeyes in a long time, so I don't know.
Okay, you should.
The biscuits are still dry.
Dang. My bad.
You guys are morons. What do you have?
They're good. They're dry.
I'm at the mercy of Bellevue West High School tonight because I'm going to cover Lincoln Southwest Bellevue West. So I'm going there right after this. Yeah, I could do a hot dog. I usually don't do hot dogs at high school games. I don't know why. I'm always a pretzel and like a bag of popcorn. Like I usually do those because those are pretty consistent. But I'm open to ideas if anyone has any. And listen, if they have like a walking taco special, I'm all over it.
Hell yeah.
Hot take, walking tacos suck.
Yeah, you have a bad take about that.
Sorry that you don't support local high school, whatever group is putting on the Waco taco stand.
Actually, you're kind of correct on that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Anti-high school, Josh.
No, I love it.
Last night, Paige made chicken breasts in the air fryer. My fiance, I'm engaged. They were delicious. And then jalapeno poppers. Tonight, chicken breast again, but I'm not sure in what form.
Appa writes, buffalo bacon mac. Yeah, maybe we do buffalo chicken mac. I could do that. We got some chicken chunks. Could throw those in the air fryer.
Yeah.
Gotta watch the game. See, that's the problem. Like, I was pumped when she was like, I'm going to be home for dinner. I'll make us dinner. Because it's like, sweet, I can get home and I can watch the game and not have to worry about anything. So it might just be air fryer or something, just so I can put it in there and watch the basketball.
That's why I always keep nugs on deck in the
always
fridge,
got that
or in the
thing on
freezer.
me.
Yeah, I always keep those things on. Baymon puts in chat, walking tacos are homeless food.
Wow.
Whoa, unhoused, please.
Unhomed food.
Yeah. Also, walking tacos. No.
What are you so upset about with the walking taco?
I don't like
You don't
the,
like that
like-
it can step away?
No, I don't like.
You don't like not making a mess and spilling your taco all over
You don't like
everywhere?
eating an entire bag of
See,
chips?
that's the thing. I don't like. I love Doritos. Fritos are mid as hell.
Yeah.
I don't want like that. I don't want Doritos with that. I would rather have regular tortilla chips.
Wow.
It's just also it's not enough food. I need more calories.
So you're a nachos guy then?
Yeah. That's why we're gonna. I love nachos.
Yeah.
I used to not like nachos because melted cheese scared me. But here I am today.
A walking taco is just nachos, though.
Pretty much,
but it's
except you eat it with a
not.
fork.
And it's with Doritos. And
You
it's
can eat
not a
normal
lot.
nachos with a fork.
Yeah, I
you
mean-
can make nachos with Doritos.
Kenneth says, I
Yeah.
prefer my tacos sitting down. Thanks. Kenneth, great take.
Wow.
Excellent take. Coming up tomorrow, Sipple will be here.
What?
Unless he ditches us again. Mike DeCourcy will be here. Is Nebraska a 2-seed? Dumb debates. And John will return.
Wow.
Live from the Windy City.
I won't be back here for a while. Well, except for Blue Jay shoot around tomorrow.
Live.
Live.
It always is.
It's always live.
Yeah,
What are you
people
talking
are saying,
about?
what's the question? Austin will return again on Tuesday, March 3rd. Austin, I'll see you next month.
Wow.
Except when I see you after the show.
Yeah, it was nice knowing you.
Austin,
Wow.
I had a great time working with you.
Yeah, it's always a blast.
And now you're leaving us.
Sorry you don't want to come to Bellevue West with me.
I am going home.
Anti-T-Bird.
Enjoy
I'm
the
gonna let
game.
him know.
Enjoy the game tonight. For Austin, for Nick, I'm Josh. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.